Ми голос, що луна через стіни, буває тремтить, буває ламається, хай вже горло дере, бруди картеч. Ми голос, що є завдяки і всупереч. Ми голос, що луна через стіни, окрім як кричати, так мало лишається, завиває дух у руїнах, та все ж не замовкне, поки зло наближається. Відміною понять не зміниться суть. Правду викупають, але не продають. Завантажені етери на частоти не втулишся. Коли в екранах тихо говоритимуть вулиці, як ясно в голові, то нема протиріч. Коли сонце демаскує, то соратницю ніч. У сприятливих умовах зростає божевілля. Коли вулиці мовчать, говоритиме підпілля. Побачимо і так все, що нам корисно знати. Коли вуха добре чують, може пташки наспівати. Дратівливий спів утім терплять дуже рідко. Тож на кожного птаха там будується клітка. Клітку можна накрити, закрити, ізолювати, в бетоні втопити. Та місця не стане у жодній тюрмі. Коли всі вони замовкнуть, говоритимемо ми. Голос, що луна через стіни, окрім як кричати, так мало лишається, завиває дух у руїнах, та все ж не замовкне, поки зло наближається.
Hi Rollers. I've been playing this song for you before, but today I heard it with a new meaning. I heard two words, what I thought it's just one word. And you know, I thought that I actually didn't translate. I remembered that I didn't translate the song to you when I played this one for the first time, so I need to do it today. I feel the need to do it today. Today, I don't have much energy. You know, actually I have a lot of energy, but I'm gonna be getting sleepy like early. And I think my brain won't be working as good as it could be if I had enough sleep. But you all know what Russians did tonight and how many drones they sent to Ukraine. They beat their own record of terrorism. 800 drones and 14, if I'm not mistaken, missiles. Those motherfuckers are becoming the biggest terrorists in the world. Well, they have become one a long time ago. But But yeah, I can be losing my thoughts in the middle. Let me find the lyrics real quick and translate it to you. Give me a second. Or a minute. Yeah, probably a minute. So this song is called Holos. Holos is voice. The voice of those who live in occupation. The voice of those who don't break, who don't bend, and who don't obey to the occupier. Submerge probably is another word I could use, right? So let me translate the text for you. I just want to thank you all for standing with Ukrainians and keep supporting us. Okay, so we are the voice that echoes through the walls. Sometimes it trembles, sometimes it breaks, though the throat is torn by dirt and shrapnel. We are the voice that exists despite and because. We are the voice that echoes through the walls when all that's left is shouting. So little remains. The breath is crushed in the ruins, but still we won't fall silent as long as evil draws near. And then before the break, the picture goes black, remember? Here at this point, like the kid, I think, wait, what was it? Was it here? No, I think it was here. When the kid became older. Give me a second. Ah, here it is. Moja Lini. I cannot understand what is written at the top. Моя мама безсмертна, моя мама Україна. Yeah, now I see what he has written there. He has written, my mother is immortal, my mother is Ukraine. Right now they are singing Ви є голос. So вити and ви є is like morning. So the voice is morning, and like, but if you say ви є голос, ви є, like two words, you are the voice. And you know, I didn't hear this before. I only today realized, and it got me. Oh shit. Today I'm pretty emotional, and it got me really even more emotional, you know. I got tears in my eyes because it is very powerful when they are singing, you are the voice. You know, those who live in the occupation, they are the voice. So they are singing, you are the voice, you are the voice, you are the voice. And in the end, you are. So, in this place. You are, you are, you are, you are. And then, not then, but before that, the lyrics are not written correctly here. I mean, the order of the lyrics is a bit mixed. So listen to the verse number 2. Changing the terms won't change the truth. The truth can be dug up, but never sold. Airwaves overloaded, no room on the frequencies. When the screens fall silent, the streets will speak. When the mind is clear, there's no contradiction. When the sun unmasks, night becomes an ally. In favorable ground, madness grows. When the streets fall silent, the underground will speak. We'll see everything we need to know anyway. When ears hear well, the birds may fall quiet. But their irritating song is rarely endured for long, and for each bird, a cage is built. Yeah, a cage can be painted, locked, sealed in concrete, drowned, but no prison will ever hold enough space, because when all of them are silenced, we will speak. And now I need to translate the text. Once again, I've been doing it the last time. Not the text of the song, not the lyrics, but the text you see on the screen. So on 16th of May 2022, Bohdan Ziza, as a sign of protest against the Russian aggression, he spilled the blue and yellow paint on the occupational administration in Yevpatoria. And guys, and he thrown a bottle of, well, a Molotov cocktail on it, like at it. On 17th of May, which was the next day of 2022, he was detained by the FSB. FSB agents, workers. Torturers. After tortures, they made him make a video with confession, like the regret that he regrets what he did. On the court prosecutions, on like court sessions, Bohdan was openly condemning the Russian aggression against Ukraine. He claimed about the political, not claimed, but he claimed about the political shape of the case, and he was talking about the fact that hunting him down is a part of the wider repressions against Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars in Crimea. And he was proclaiming not fasting, but like famine, right? And demanding to strip him of this Russian citizenship that was he forced to get, and he was also demanding to free the Ukrainian political prisoners. He was sentenced to 15 years of the colony of the strict order, so-called. And the articles they used to do it was vandalism, extremism, and terrorism. 15 years. Today Bohdan he still remains in Russian colony. He is still a political prisoner that Ukrainian human rights organizations and international ones are demanding to free, to liberate. Hunger strike, thank you, Anastasia. They demand to liberate him at once. Hundreds more of Ukrainian political prisoners are illegally detained by the occupational forces, occupational state, authorities. Yeah, that's the word. As of what? February 2025, Russia, on the territory of temporarily occupied Crimea, illegally detained 221 people. 134 of them are Crimean Tatars. So more than a half. At least 8,000 military and about 28,000 civilian Ukrainians are in Russian captivity. We must be their voices. Be their voices, guys. Please don't forget that you are the voice. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I had a question on the post that I made 2 days ago on Friday. And this post was about me going to the protest against the discrimination of our military. My sign says not only soldier must have the accountability, but the commander too. And you know, I was asked a question underneath this post. Let's see who that was. I replied to that here. Rick, if know anything about you... no, it's not the one. Here's the one. Hi, Rick. Do you think you could give us some more background info on the problem you are protesting here? As in, are you protesting against the mistreatment of soldiers generally? Because it happens sometimes, or is this in response to a particular incident? And here I replied, hi Eliana, please visit the Sunday stream, I'll explain everything there. I actually listened to Sternenko yesterday, and I won't be able to explain it better than him. As always, I would like to translate a video of his to you guys. And I actually already added this video to the description of this video, of the stream, sorry. So if you want to check it yourself sometimes after me translating it for you, why would you do that? But anyway, I want to translate it to you. So he explains it perfectly, and he's very good in explaining things. So I just wanted to translate the explanation, which perfectly explains why I went to the protest, why many other Ukrainians did, and why today in Kharkiv they were also protesting. Aziza sent me the videos and the photos from the protest, and I was so happy to see that. But before that, I want to mention 3 donations. First one was $130 from Johanna from Finland. Johanna donated $140 and said, "Dear Rick, this donation is to a car for 117th Brigade. 7 tickets to me and 7 tickets to moderators, please. Rick, I thank you so much for everything you do. You are a true Ukrainian patriot, and I am happy to be one of your supporters." Yeah, I'm putting the hand on my heart, Johanna. Thank you. Все буде Україна, слава Україні, героям слава, Йоганна з Фінляндії. Дякую, Йоганна. Дуже дякую за цей донат. $30 donation from Amonsky during the stream when it has already began. Amonsky, car for 117s. Thank you very much, Amonsky. Paul D. Fella donated $20 15 minutes ago. 2 tickets, please. So after that donation, in 15 minutes, we didn't have any other donations. So I ask you guys to donate because we got to raise, well, as always, $3,000 on Sunday. And luckily, we raised a lot of money on Free Azov stream. By that, I mean like 1/3 of the 3,000, almost 1,000 hryvnias. Let me calculate how much we raised there and how much is still needed. So let me start doing that real fast. First donation was 20 from Stephen Walsh, then Levy donated 10, then Stephen Walsh donated 20 more, then Brian R donated 200, then Scott C donated 30, then Sousa donated 22.36, then Stephen Walsh donated 20 more, then Darped donated 20, then Mr. Anonymous donated 500. Yeah, so basically during the Free Azov stream we raised $832.36. Good job. Pretty good job. Hey, actually $42, not 32. Yeah, so after that Johanna 140, after that Amonsky 30, and Paul D. Fella 20. That brings us to still needed to raise is $1,967.64. Please send your donations and buy the tickets with them, with those donations, for a fantastic flag that we have on the raffle this week. It is hanging behind me, and I just need to show it closer because it's not seen well, but I just wanted to do this right now so you see what you're buying the tickets for today. And let's raise the remaining $1,967.64. Guys, tonight I had 5 hours of sleep, so it's gonna be much harder for me to stay on the stream until 4 a.m., 3, whatever a.m. it is. So I ask you, please help me raise this sum of money in the next 3 hours maximum, so I can go to sleep at 2. It's like, it sounds like unrealistic, but who knows? Maybe we'll do it today. Let's see. Interesting. Wait. What kind of skull was it? Sorry guys, hallucinations, sleep deprivation, you know. I need to show you the flag. Give me a second. So this is a flag of the 2nd Self-Propelled Artillery Division of the 92nd Brigade. The guys who gave it to us, who signed it, we helped them with a good car, Land Cruiser 100. I think year 2007, if I'm not mistaken. But they told me that it's a very good car. And then the tires for it. Good, expensive mud tires. Why expensive? Because there are no good, inexpensive mud tires of that size, you know? Yep. Thank you for reminding me about hydration, Bridget. That's what I'm gonna do now. Oh yeah. So, what am I doing? I'm sharing the view of the patch. The flag, not the badge. Now I can actually sit now and show it closer to you. After that, I need to quickly translate the video of Sternenko and start inviting the guests. Or at least trying to invite them. Bradley will be here for sure. This howitzer is M109 Paladin, American one. They have it in their disposal in their brigade. In this division. In this self-propelled division, artillery division. Look at this beauty. Many awesome signatures with the bottom one that says Putin Huilo. This flag is more than magnificent. It is indeed, David. I am slacking on the spreadsheet big time because this week was really, really busy for me. Not only in terms of work, but also in terms of meeting friends. I met Saiko and Colucci the day before yesterday. I made a short video with them for you guys. And I will share that video with you probably on Tuesday. Next, I was also trying to squeeze the best of, or squeeze everything of the last summer days, because right now we still have summer. I know that you don't measure the summer by the 1st of September. I mean the end of summer by the 1st of September and the beginning of autumn. So yeah, we still have summer. And the pool, the outdoor pool that I have nearby, it didn't work won't be working for another 9 months until June next year. So I was trying to swim every day. I was also trying to ride my bike. So yeah, almost every day we had these activities with my wife. So it was busy not only in terms of work, but I did 3 coffee shop streams this week. So I did not even put the money from Thursday into the spreadsheet. Yesterday I also went to the festival, Hartia Festival, from Hartia Core, organized by Hartia Core to raise funds for Hartia. And I was actually talking to the presenter about the vampire drone. He was sharing interesting facts about it because they have these stands there. There's a vampire drone, there's a drone simulator, and yesterday I was flying the FPV drone simulator for the first time in my life, and you won't believe it, but in 10 minutes I already made progress, and I was flying into the barn on a high speed, really maneuvering. But of course after that I couldn't repeat that, but still I think who knows, maybe I'll become an FPV drone pilot someday, because the guy who was sitting next to me told me that it's actually impressive. Maybe I'm not I don't know, I didn't believe him in full, but that's what he said. So yeah, that's what I was doing all these days. And today, free Azov stream, also some more activities with my wife in the morning. So I will have to work on the spreadsheet starting from Thursday. That's a lot of work today on the stream, considering that, the lack of sleep. Not gonna be that easy. $40 donation just now from Andreas Lach. Death to the fucking enemy. Invaders should go home as long as they have legs. Tickets, please. Love to the rollers. Thank you very much, brother, for your donation. Brothers and sisters, keep donating. You know, sometimes I say brother, but I rarely say sister. Listen, sister. Hey, y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna put the flag back on the board of patches and cover all the beautiful, big, beautiful patches with my flag. It's still mine, but it's gonna be yours in just a few hours. And we still need to raise $1,927.64, so please send your donations. And with your donations, please buy the tickets for the beautiful flag, okay? Thank you. It's holding. So guys, answering the question, why were we going to the protests? No, actually, my face is too enlightened. Like that. Never gonna let you down.
Tickets
Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. It sounds better when my voice is getting lower, right? Okay. Okay. What the hell? What the hell? Sternenko. Let's watch and I will translate for you guys. He explained everything very well and I totally agree with everything he said, so I'll just play this. And you guys will... Well, what? You please enjoy. Well, not much to enjoy here, but please be enraged together with me. Greetings, friends. Today I want to talk to you about one very important topic. On the subject of the fact that yesterday in Kyiv, and not only in Kyiv, there were protests. In connection with the fact that the Verkhovna Rada, our parliament, wants to repress Ukrainian military personnel. The reason for the protests was that our people's deputies, primarily from the Law Enforcement Committee of the Parliament, the same committee, named after Maxim Buzhansky, remember all guys, that fucking chort, wanted to increase the punishment for military servicemen for disobedience. And they suggested, in such a case, the military could receive a punishment of only 5 to 10 years of imprisonment without alternative. That is, only prison for the fact that some military refuses to carry out an order, even if this order may be a known crime, who will figure it out later, but the soldier will go to prison. And this is a very discriminatory draft law in relation to Ukrainian servicemen. So it is not surprising that people came out to protest. And we definitely need to talk about this in more detail, but now I urge you to throw in the towel. What? Dudes. I mean, the automatic translation sucks. Anyway, donate to Russories. That's what he is asking to do. so that we can buy more kamikaze drones for our army. And the number of Russian occupiers decreases. And in order not to miss new releases, be sure to subscribe to my channel right now. So this draft law, it can become, well, such a bomb against the Ukrainian army and therefore against Ukrainian statehood, because it can use significant dissatisfaction among Ukrainian youth. What? It can cause significant dissatisfaction among the Ukrainian military personnel, who, however, are already expressing it in social networks. I have to quote the post of my friend, lawyer and military serviceman Andriy Pysarenko. Increasing repressiveness not only did not increase discipline, but also, on the contrary, led to an increase in the number of offenses. According to official data, the number of causes under the articles of SZČ, guys, SZČ is like a desertion, but for a short period of time. Desertion is for good. SZČ in Ukrainian, самовільне залишення частини, like voluntary absence or voluntarily leave from the unit. Yeah. This is SZČ, remember this. So, desertion, SZČ. SZČ and desertion, so these both articles, it increased manifold. 6,988 cases in 2022. 17.5 thousand in 2023. Listen to it. And in 2024, 67,840 of them, of the cases. Additionally, we have an avalanche-like increase in SZČ in 2025. More than 110,511 cases of SZČ in 2025. So only in 8 months of 2025, we have 110,500 cases. Absent without leave. AWL. AWOL, you call it also. AWOL, right? Without. Only the first 7 months of the year, not even 8. The adoption of the new draft law will lead to discrimination against the military, who will be deprived of the right to individual punishment. The division of society into civilians with full guarantees of justice and military with curtailed rights. Curtailed. I heard this word for the first time, but it's going to be like cut short, right? The motivation of civilians to join the army with the prospect of being deprived of basic procedural guarantees. The motivation of the military to continue serving in an atmosphere of punishment instead of trust, deterioration of discipline as punishment without an integral individualization is an ineffective and dangerous discipline management tool that produces the opposite result. I call on the Parliament not to repeat the mistakes that have already demonstrated their inefficiency and harm to the defense capability of human rights and social unity. Military personnel should be protected no less than civilians, because they are the backbone of the state in wartime.
Захищені не менше, ніж цивільні, адже вони опора держави в умовах війни. Формально оцей законопроєкт
Formally, the people's deputies wanted to adopt this draft law in order to improve discipline without the armed forces of Ukraine, within, probably, right? And to reduce the number of military personnel who went to SZČ voluntarily, leaving the military unit.
військової частини. Але я знаю на практиці дуже
But I know in practice a lot of cases when people go to the SZČ
багато випадків, коли люди йдуть у СЗЧ не тому, що вони не хочуть
not because they don't want to fight, not because they don't want to defend
воювати, не тому, що вони не хочуть боронити нашу країну, а
our
тому,
country,
що
but because they
вони
have frankly, well, idiotic commanders who can give completely meaningless orders. And well, there is even one rather
один мій досить близький знайомий,
close acquaintance of mine
14
who
року він
from the
був на Майдані, він
from 2014 he was on Maidan, he participated in the Russian-Ukrainian war. He went to SZČ precisely because he had a conflict
саме тому, що в нього виник конфлікт із
with one of the commanders who did not value him, who openly gave
давав такі накази
such orders so that he would not return from a combat mission.
виконання бойового завдання.
And when
Коли цей військовий був
this soldier was as demoralized as possible, he simply left the army, although he could continue to effectively destroy the Russian invaders.
військові стикаються із
So the military faces a lot of injustice within the military. Yeah, within the army.
що коли у них є проблема, їм просто немає куди йти. Ну,
Well, they see if they have see that when they have the problem, they simply have nowhere to go.
якщо у цивільного є якась
Well,
проблема,
a civilian has a problem, he can contact the police,
то він може звернутися в поліцію, в інші органи правопорядку.
other law enforcement agencies, go to court. It is not always effective, but nevertheless, there is such a
Є
right.
право. Він може зрештою вийти на
They may eventually go to the protest, but the military cannot do that.
а військовий цього зробити не може. Військовий
A military man can only write a post on social networks, for which he can still be charged later. We have also seen similar examples. So there is a crisis of justice, and people's deputies do not feel this at all.
Якщо військовий не
If a soldier
справедливості,
does not feel justice, he loses motivation. What should the parliament do
що натомість варто було би зробити?
instead? First of all, protect the rights of military personnel. The draft law of the military ombudsman has been pending in Verkhovna Rada, in our parliament, for more than 6 months. Guys, more than 6 months it is being pending in our parliament. Just imagine.
Лежить законопроєкт про військового омбудсмана.
We have
військовий
a
омбудсман,
draft
але
law about the military ombudsman, but he cannot fulfill his powers. We even have the military ombudsman, guys. That person was appointed by Zelensky a few months ago, and that person simply cannot work because there's no law regulating that person's work. So for half a year we have ombudsman, but ombudsman is not doing shit because there's no law that is regulating what and how ombudsman should do.
виконувати свої повноваження, тому що
But he cannot fulfill his powers because
немає
there is no corresponding law, and now 8 months, if I'm not mistaken, have
8
passed
місяців, якщо я не помиляюся, ми
since
з того моменту
the moment when Olga Reshetilova was appointed military ombudsman,
військового омбудсмана Ольгу Решетилову, але досі немає
but there is still no law, and the Verkhovna Rada has not adopted it due to political strife.
закону. І його Верховна Рада не ухвалює через політичні чвари. Комусь назва закону
Some people don't like the name of the law, some people don't like how many letters there are,
не подобається, комусь не подобається, скільки там літер, або що, і от
And
результат.
here is the result. the Verkhovna Rada does not want to help protect the rights of the soldiers, military personnel, but at the same time, it wants to increase the punishment for them, which will only further demoralize the military and increase the number of the same SSC. In this context, the aspect of morale of Ukrainian servicemen is very important. Morale is very important in any army, no less important than material support, say, because history knows many examples when an army could be numerous, well armed, but because it had low morale, it lost battles and later wars. Of such fresh examples that I can give, well, as fresh, relatively, during the First World War, the Russian army had quite a lot of servicemen. Security suffered, yes. No, not security. Logistics suffered, yes. But the key thing was that the morale and psychological spirit of these servicemen was undermined. So over time, the army began to fall apart. Lose all control and eventually fell apart, which led to the defeat of the Russian Empire in the First World War. And there are actually quite a lot of such examples. And at this very time, when we are waging a war for our survival, not waging, actually, we're in a war for our survival, when our military is the only thing stopping Russia from seizing Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada is actually demoralizing the Ukrainian military by trying to vote for this and that draft law, this and that. Not this and that, but for this exact draft law, which may not be passed after all these protests, but may be passed. I will explain why. You know, it won't be passed, but it may be passed on this type of situation. So, I will explain why. The protests yesterday were not very numerous. Yeah, and I agree. The first protests on 22nd of July were bigger, but he will explain. When there were protests against NABU and SAPO, much more people came out. There are objective reasons for that, which are the fact that okay, that for that draft law to basically liquidate the independence of NABU and SAPO, the Verkhovna Rada had already voted for the draft law on the elimination of the independence of NABU and SAPO at that time, and the president of Ukraine quickly signed it. But this disgrace against the military personnel has not yet been voted on in the parliament. Only in the committee. Therefore, the protest mood was not yet so active. In addition, this protest was reported and announced on the same day it took place. It's just that few people were able to plan their evening in such a way as to join the protest. Yeah, I have at least 2 people I know who couldn't make it because it was announced during the day, the same day. Therefore, not so many people turned out, vyšlo. Took to the streets, but this does not mean that they will not turn out more, meaning that they won't take to the streets again. I simply predict that some representatives of the authorities, in particular in the Verkhovna Rada, may look at yesterday's protests and think that, well, how many
думати, що ну та скільки там тих вийшло людей? Ну,
how many
100,
people took to the streets? Well, 100, well, 200, 300.
200, ну 300.
This is not so much of the scale on the scale of the country. They
Не
came
так багато в масштабах країни, оце вони вийшли більше.
came out, no one else will come out. Let's vote anyway.
Вийде ніхто, давайте усе ж таки проголосуємо. І це дуже
And
небезпечно.
this is a very dangerous illusion because if the parliament votes for it,
Якщо Рада за це таки проголосує, людей вийде значно більше.
much more people will come out to the streets, take to the streets. 100%. Because our government, and in particular the parliament, did not draw conclusions from the same situation regarding Nabu and Sapo. People protested then not only because they wanted to deprive them of their independence, Nabu and Sapo. People took to the streets because there's a large array of problems has accumulated and there is a crisis of justice in society. People stopped feeling fair treatment of citizens by the authorities. And in the situation with this draft law on increasing punishment for Ukrainian servicemen, the situation is the same. There is a justice crisis in the army. There's a, well, pretty dangerous mood in the military at the moment due to the fact that a soldier, when he has a commander who, well, doesn't protect him, can't do anything about it. Yes, we have a lot of cool commanders, and most of them, but there are still enough, well, to put it mildly, incompetent ones. This draft law was aimed at giving these commanders who do not appreciate personnel, who do not care and take care about their personnel in good way, like meaning do not care about their lives, and even more leverage for repression against our military personnel. And this is extremely dangerous because Ukraine is now generally dependent on the Ukrainian military. Our defense rests on the Ukrainian army. Without the Ukrainian army, without a motivated Ukrainian military, Ukraine simply will not exist. And I totally agree with this. And you can't play with that. It's not a joke. Instead of provoking society and annoying the military with with such legislative initiatives, the Verkhovna Rada, our parliament, should, on the contrary, focus on carrying out army reform so that precisely those commanders who do not protect people are held accountable, that the approaches to mobilization and training of military personnel were different. This is what the parliament should focus on if it really wants our country to survive and win. Because the war will not end tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And obviously the Russians will try to wage a war against us, and we must become stronger and more efficient. In these conditions, the Ukrainian parliament should work for unity within our country and not be a destabilizing factor, as in the case of the same draft law on Nabu and Sapo and this draft law on increasing punishment for military personnel. In general, all branches of the Ukrainian government should work for the Ukrainian soldier and act in his interests and ask, how can I help? What else do you need And in our country, it turns out that the government is more worried about the opinion of the civilians. The opinion of all Ukrainians is, of course, important, but the government is more worried about the opinion of civilians and their reaction, that it is about the opinion than it is about the opinion on the military, of the military, who sometimes seem to have no rights at all. Yeah, I heard this from many military. They feel like they don't have any rights at all. The key thing for Ukrainian authorities to do today is to realize that protests are happening and may happen in the future because of a crisis of justice and partly because of a crisis of confidence in the Ukrainian government. Not confidence, but like trust to Ukrainian government. And in order for the situation to change, it is necessarily to realize that the situation cannot be as it was before, that we must change, transform, and very quickly. And today, we all have to be determined that Russia will not just let go of us tomorrow, and accordingly, everyone should work today for the Ukrainian soldier, for the Ukrainian defense, as they say, be either in the army or for the army, because without the front, there will be no Ukraine. This is a very simple truth, which probably not everyone in our government has realized yet. By the way, regarding the front, thanks to you, our soldiers received another 310 new FPVs in the past day. Thank you for your regular support. Героям слава. Friends, I hope that the authorities will hear this warning that was sounded on the streets of Ukraine yesterday, stop engaging in similar, frankly stupid initiatives, and really concentrate on army reform, because we will either change or die. Yep, he's totally right. We either change or we die. So the situation is critical for at least a year now, and there's not much will there in our government to really change it for the better. Just, make it more controllable by them, Increase the accountability for soldiers even more, who don't have any protection, don't have any rights. They don't have anyone or anywhere to go to. They just are forced to desert. And yeah, some of the friends we know, the soldiers, they also were in SZČ, in AWOL, because it's not that simple there. Eliana, thank you for answering my question about why people were protesting, Rick. Why do you think the Verkhovna Rada is unable to pass the ombudsman law? Because there's a lot of sabotage. Those in the military, those generals who control everything, it would be very handy for them to just increase the accountability for soldiers, to put them in prison for disobeying the order and rule with fear, which won't work in Ukraine, than to change anything and change the system for the better. So the problem is we kind of have this, crisis of justice. So there's total injustice because the commanders who give the shitty, stupid orders, and unfortunately, there are a lot of them. I agree with Sternenko. Not the majority, but really close to 50%. It's a smaller number, but really close to half of them. That's how I feel it by the stories from the soldiers I personally know, and by the stories from the soldiers in the media. It feels like the number of those commanders is huge. So just imagine how huge the injustice is, where those, I heard the story, unfortunately, when the commander, one of those fucking Soviet-minded commanders, were saying openly to the soldiers, you are a cannon fodder for me. Tomorrow I'll just get another 100, so go and fucking die there. In the Ukrainian army. Basically, if they would pass, or if they are still planning to pass that draft law and make soldiers go to prison 5 to 10 years for this disobedience, it's not Russia. Soldiers here will not just, be in fear, and they will not just stop. They will not just stop going SZC. It will, on the opposite, will become like a mass events. This may increase 2-3 times. You've seen 111 cases already. It can become 500,000. Not 100, but 100,000. It can become 500,000 cases. Half of the army may start, be demoralized and just go rebel, go desert. And that's a very shitty situation for us. So instead of, bringing the accountability for those commanders who treat their soldiers like this, they decided to just, make it even harder for the soldiers. And the problem is, why it's stuck in Verkhovna Rada, you ask, right? So those generals, they have their friends in Rada who they can ask to block it. So this is why. Because it's handy for those fucking commanders who are, just corrupt and who like to deal with such things with some bribes or friendship relations, so-called, So, yeah. I remember when you told us about that a month ago. Disgusting and shocking back then. Yeah, Andres, it's disgusting and shocking, and it's just a bad situation right now. Guys, in the last 34 minutes, we got only one donation, $10 from K&K's GG. Not much, I know, but one ticket for another roller, please. Thank you very much, K&K's GG, for this donation. So let me tell you how much we still need to raise today. It's almost the same sum of money, guys. $1,917.64. I don't know what the hell, but it seems like it's not moving much. We only had, on the stream, 4 donations. Like during the stream itself. 4 donations. In total, they make $100. So right now, the first hour of the stream was very unproductive, and I feel like I'm doing a bad job right now. So if you wanted to donate but didn't donate yet, please donate, guys. If you didn't want but have the means, donate anyway. But if you want it and have the means, you 100% should donate. Thank you so much, Levy, for 5 gifted memberships. This first week was not very good in terms of the number of memberships, but of course I was asking you to help me. Help me what? Help me get to the goal in the end of the last month. What? In the end of the last month, we Yeah, you were given a lot of gifted, so it's understandable. But anyway, just informing you that for now, the income on YouTube is very small. Rick, we just started. Please be patient. Окей, well. Знаєш пісню «Не опускати руки» гурту «Обійми дощу»? Мені дуже подобається її настрій. Музика та й кліп класний. Дуже uplifting. I'm not giving up, and I'm not like, how do you call this? Putting your hands down? No, nothing like this. I'm just super tired. This is why I sound like I'm whining or like I am upset. I'm not upset. I'm just saying facts here right now. And I also see the number of people today on the stream, and we miss at least a couple of dozens of rollers. I don't know why, and I should not care, to be honest. I just need to do my work. But it's harder to raise funds when we don't have that many people watching us, as sometimes we have easily 100, 150 people watching. But right now,
A little donation before sleep. I wish everyone a quiet night.
Thank you, Baz in Ukraine, for the quiet night and for this donation. I'm gonna minus the $10 and just Jimmy's $24 from the goal, guys. So with this $1,883.64 left to raise. By the way, Robert John Sar seems to be donating the 5,000, another 5,000 to the jar directly. Thank you so much for that, Robert. Rick, I know, just that song always helps me give some needed energy. Thank you. I should try, but to be honest, I don't have any time for this because I was supposed to invite Bradley 45 minutes ago. I told him that I'm going to be probably inviting him half an hour later than I'm supposed to. Never gonna let you down.
In forces who have redress of grievance that deals with orders from higher tickets, please.
That's funny. Give me a second. Ed Paskevich, thank you very much for this donation. ICANN forces, we have redress of grievance that deals with orders from higher. Tickets, please. In CAN forces. What do you mean in CAN forces? What are the CAN forces? Redress of grievance. Shit, I forgot what grievance is. Give me a second, I'll translate it real quick. Oh, fuck, I'm tired today, guys. No wonder we don't have that many people. I just don't have that much energy. And it is noticeable, and usually it doesn't attract people. Skarha. Grievance is skarha. Ed Paskevich, I'm gonna minus this $100 that you send in hryvnias to the base. Oh wow, actually here's the donation. May you mount up with wings like eagles. Joseph K donated it to the base. It's $10. 416 hryvnias is $10. He donated it today, but you don't see it because it's another browser. Give me a second. Now you should see it. Here it is. Joseph K. May you mount up with wings like eagles. I don't get the sense of it, to be honest. May you mount up. Mount up is probably may I get the wings, right? Two more donations on PayPal. $4.11 from the Dark Oblation. $4.11. And $20 from Levy. Tickets for the awesome flag. Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. I'm not sure if I minus that $100. No, I did not. From Ed Paskevich on the base. Ed Paskevich minusing it now. Guys, we're almost halfway there. $1,759.53 left to raise. Let's raise it. Let me also check Donatello and see if we had some donations there maybe. No donations there yet. No problem though. Like totally no problemo. Okie dokie. What am I doing right now? I'm trying to invite Bradley. A couple of others are live now, just Jimmy says. Yeah, it's all about the priorities, right? It's okay. Rollers can have others as a priority. I'm not actually trying to be someone's number one priority. And you know, people should choose themselves where to donate if they decide to donate to some another initiative for Ukrainian army. This is totally fine. Whew. Yeah, now I feel the lack of energy. Oh. And not that many people chatting. Hey, those of you who are just watching without chatting, give a few words to the chat, because 49 people watching. For many, you are the top priority, Rick. Yeah, Andreas, you're totally right. And this is the whole 50 people. I think it's at least half of our community, the most active ones. So, yeah, I think we have a big what? Big number of people for whom the streams of mine are the priorities of our community, of course, not in general, because comparing to some bigger communities, whatever, we should not compare. Let me think. What the hell? Google Meet. Ooh, guys, I'm so tired. I just realized that. I mean, I just started feeling that. Yeah. I'm ready to invite the guests, even though it's a bit too late. Not too late, just a bit late. A bit later than I was supposed to be. So Aziza told me she won't make it today because she's traveling to Poltava and there's no good connection there. Fuzzy is going to join if he... Oh, he's joining. Oh, yeah.
Hello, mate. You alright?
Aha. You're sitting in the car. How you doing, Fuzzy?
Yeah, I'm not bad, mate. You?
That's good. So, are you planning to stand somewhere and talk to us?
I'm currently going to go get diesel, mate.
Uh-huh. So you're on the gas station.
Not yet. I'm just round the corner.
Okay.
Yeah. How have you been?
Pretty good. Interesting week, and just tired today because I had only 5 hours of sleep tonight, and you know, like for civilians, it's not enough. For you guys, sometimes it's enough. But
It's,
you deal.
No, 5 hours is not a recommended number, bro.
Hello, Bradley. How you doing?
Not for anyone.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Yo, man, how you getting on?
I'm sunburnt. You can see where my hat was for the whole week training.
Oh, I can't see
Nice
you.
burn line right here. But I'm okay.
Is your head bald?
What?
Yeah, I always shave my head bald because it's better when you're out there and you're sweating and you're wearing helmets and all kinds of stuff. It's better just to have a bald head.
Oh, I'm not fucking going in there.
How you doing today, Rick?
Right now exhausted. I was pretty energized the whole day, but now I'm like, I'm falling asleep. So, man. Yeah, not very good for the fundraising. Of course, low energy usually doesn't attract donations or viewers, but I know that you guys have more energy than me, so you will help me with that if you want.
Let's not be making assumptions, but yeah, I'll help you, bro. Right, guys, come on. I'll get my toes out.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I've been up since about 3 o'clock, and then I woke up about 6, and then I've been training all day and riding on armored vehicles, and got back about 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago.
Ooh,
But I got a big cup of coffee right here, bud. So I'm ready for you.
damn it. So Bradley, first question. So with your service, like, were you always a person who didn't need much sleep or something? Like, or is it something that Army trained you to do or to be?
Yeah, usually when we're in the service, I mean, we're out in the field. You know, we'll get 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. When I'm here in Ukraine, especially when we're training soldiers, you know, we might get home or get to where our location is, or our occupation position, about 2,000 hours, and we're waking up at 05, and I still have to take a shower. I gotta eat. I gotta get my clothes ready for the next day. So I'm going to bed at 12:30 at night and waking up at 5 in the morning. So I mean, but for me, it's kind of a normal thing. I've been doing it for 23 years now. So
I mean, I wonder, are some people have like already some preset for that, to withstand that?
Premium? Lots?
Or you can kind of train that? Because whenever I have the lack of sleep for 2 days in a row, I'm exhausted and I'm not very functional. Is it something you just kind of make your body to adjust to? Or is it not for everyone?
I'll tell you what helps. This helps. Coffee helps, and Red Bull helps.
So energetics. Okay, got it. So you need to be, in general, a pretty healthy person to also withstand all those energetics and so much coffee, right?
Mm.
I mean, energy drinks.
I get a lot of exercise every day, bud.
Hell yeah, you're also doing that.
Добре, може diesel колонка один? Повний, так. Ката. Yeah, спасибо.
Okay, so guys, you can see in action how
Yes, perfect.
how you get a diesel in Ukraine. If you don't speak a proper Ukrainian, you can use these phrases and get along perfectly. So that was a pretty interesting experience, Fuzzy.
You like that, yeah?
Yeah, why not? Rollers are getting this authentic,
A foreign ordering of diesel.
yes, in Ukraine. So I like it. I really like it. So this appearance of you on the move is always very interesting. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. You don't need to sit somewhere. Of course, it's if you have connection, right? Because sometimes you're in places where there's no connection.
Oh, bro, like where I was last week, there was literally like fuck all, bro. Like I couldn't even send a text message or anything. I had to like walk like 200-300 meters up the road to like send a text. It was just ridiculous. We had no Starlink or anything, so I was just surrounded by like 15 pissed off, angry guys that just wanted to watch porn. Like, it was just not ideal.
My secret for success for keeping connection is you have a puck for every single phone service that you can turn on. So like maybe you might get one in Keemstar, maybe you might get one from another one, or you got different SIM in your phone, but normally I can at least find something, at least just enough to push a message. But sometimes I can't either. So yeah.
Now I used to have like 3 or 4 SIM cards, but I got pissed off carrying around all these different SIM cards and paying for them, so I just stuck with the Akibab. So I just ended up sticking with is it Vodafone?
Vodafone, yeah.
That's it, yeah, Vodafone. And ever since then, like I get signal everywhere down south and like Kyiv and stuff like that. But in Kharkiv, it's like if I go anywhere like outside of the city, like I get nothing. It's quite shit.
But that's the consequences of the occupation around Kharkiv that was happening before, and a lot of stuff is completely destroyed. I mean,
What?
like,
I don't know, because when I was here last year, like I got signal everywhere. And now it's like, because Noodle, he's on LifeCell, he got absolutely fuck all. And I used to laugh at him for it. But now it's like he gets all the signal and I don't get any. It's like it's all switched.
So it's the opposite now.
Yeah, it's like doesn't make
Okay.
sense.
Okay, it's strange. I totally agree. What do we have in the chat? Love to see that fuzzy smile. Andreas was saying, and he was also saying, "Love these guys, both you, Bradley, and Fuzzy." Put in your emojis into the chat. Remember, you have one there. We need to make the new one, by the way, the more actual one. What? Guys, maybe some questions already? Ask them, because you see I'm not in the best shape today. Still, I will find something to talk about, because we had a lot in the news. Let's begin with the latest attack just this night. 800, more than 800 drones, the new record Russia is setting, and some cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. All of this is becoming, well, as prognosed, by the way, bigger. I mean, the attacks are being more massive, becoming more massive. And I heard the prognosis of easily 1,000 drones per night soon. So I actually don't know what my question is, but maybe you have something to say about this, guys.
I am very surprised. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Bradley. Just it's literally like 5 seconds. I'm surprised for the first time they have decided to hit a government building.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I am so fucking shocked because it's like they've had since 2020. I thought this would have happened like ages ago.
Yeah.
But it's like now they've decided, yeah, let's do peace talks, but I'm going to blow you up, bro. Like, don't stress.
Yeah.
It's like they've done it backwards.
It's a signal. It's a signal, definitely.
Yeah.
Bradley, what do you think about that signal?
Well, they're definitely ramping up their military production because these Shahad drones, they used to be able to, I guess you could call it spin your load, every once a week or maybe even just once a month. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing this thing become a daily thing here. And our air defense, our PVO forces are having a hard time intercepting all these drones, and especially with these new tactics these guys are using. Mass concentrating these things on the targets they want to hit. It's becoming very difficult for our armed forces to intercept and destroy these things, and we're taking the brunt of it. We really got to come up with some new technologies to knock these things out the air, and we don't have really a lot of time. I know we're working on a lot of things to do this, but when it comes down to it, I think honestly it's just going to keep considerably ramping up and getting worse and worse. And we definitely have to have a solution for this.
I don't think like we need new technologies. Like we have the technology. It's just giving it to Ukraine. It's like the Brits have just rolled out a thing called Dragon's Breath or whatever the fuck that is, and like they haven't tested it like in real time. They've just tested it on like practice shit. It's like if you want to see if it's going to work, like the country's here, bro. Give it to them.
Definitely, we need to invest heavily in these laser technologies as well, because
that's
they're
what
very effective. Yeah, the United States, for instance, has a laser defense system on a Striker, and it's very powerful. It can knock these drones out the air. It's laser precision. No pun intended. These things can lock onto targets with computers. They can shoot at these things from line of sight distances and knock these things out the air in a couple of seconds, each shot. So, I mean, definitely, like, Western countries need to start investing in Ukraine's air defense, because if we don't have air defense and we don't have the ability to defend our skies, we're going to have a hard time, especially with logistics and all kinds of other stuff. Not only that, morale. I mean, I'll just put it into perspective that I know. You know, being at these training centers where these guys are just coming into the Army and they got drones flying over these training centers. These guys are scared shitless already.
Yeah.
And you know, you know,
I shouldn't laugh.
I
I'm
spent a lot
sorry.
of nights. Oh, that's fine, brother. I spent a lot of nights with these guys, like trying to calm them down. Like, hey, it's all right, man. It's going the other way. And you know, these guys are just looking up in the air, like, is this thing coming for me or what? You know, like, no, man, you're fine. Just
It reminds me
get
when I was at a training centre, bro. I was with a Marine brigade, and they were like, we were all sat there, like we've been in country for a while at this point anyway, and all of a sudden it was there like the air raid went off, and then it was like not even like a minute. It was like must have been like 20, 30 seconds. All I heard was rocket and Abberspeker, and everybody just run. Everybody ran outside because they didn't have a blindage or a basement. Everybody's ran outside. You know Toy Story where you get like the little minions where they look up and it's like the claw. That's what they all look like, bro. And we was all sat there like, what the fuck is going on? Like, no, it was too funny.
Guys,
Yeah,
to not underestimate the threat. So there are multiple situations, and actually, it's the main reason why Mikhailo Dropati resigned from the commander of the ground forces. Is that the strikes on the training centers are deadly, and they are killing.
They're increasing massively. Bro.
Yes, that's the first thing, and
absolutely.
And the problem is the reconnaissance drones, they just see everything that is happening there. And especially when they're close to the front line, there are many cases lately. There was in Chernihiv Oblast, 40 kilometers from the border. For fuck's sake, why are we placing, Bradley, maybe you know, but why are we placing the training grounds so fucking close to the border where it's all like on the reach of the ballistic missile, like the small one they are hitting those with Iskanders with the help of their reconnaissance drones. And this is not the only case. Like in the last, like this year, I guess we had only not only, but already like 6 cases like this. Maybe even more. Like every month we have, or sometimes 2 times a month, training ground being hit by a missile. So it's a mess. And
well, you have to consider the facts here. You have training centers, which are more towards the rear, and then you have battle brigade training centers that are much closer to the front line. And a lot of these battle brigade training centers or training grounds, if you want to call them that, are within, that distance, 20, 40 kilometers. This is old information, so it's not anything that's OPSEC anymore.
Yeah.
But when I was working in Chasseur Yard and Kramator's training the guys over there, 17th Tank Brigade in 2023. We were 17. The main training ground was 17 kilometers from the front, and every day we were out there training. We had Russian artillery, 152 millimeter artillery firing over our heads. We could hear it ripping through the air. I was doing a SRM, short range marksmanship with AKs with the guys. We had them on line. We had artillery blowing up on the other side of the hill. It's the positioning of the forces, and a lot of times these battle brigades, they don't really have an option. They have to deploy these training grounds closer to the brigade sectors of operation. But I will tell you one thing. The number one killer of these training centers is that, number one, there's a lot of times, there's no link to like the local, like PVO or the air defense network. Or they should have a guy at the center headquarters that has a direct link to the radars and stuff like that. And whenever they see a drone coming into the battle space, they should be shutting that training down
Yeah.
and moving
But,
those guys to covered and concealed positions.
but
Yeah.
they do have that. The problem is communication.
Um,
That's the problem.
By the way, not all of them have that. You know, we already have teams in the Bell brigades. They're on the front line who are operating the interceptors and destroy those reconnaissance drones. But we have none in the training centers. Now, like these days, every training center has to have that team that will be monitoring the airspace constantly. And if needed, if they spot a reconnaissance drones of Russians, they should immediately put out an interceptor there and get rid of that drone. And of course, at the same time, send everyone to the shelter, every soldier who was training there at that moment. So what Sternenko is saying, and he's redirecting it first of all from the soldiers, but also he has the contacts in the local administrations, and he is saying the problem is a lot of commanders are just neglecting that. They say, we were not taught that in our amazing Academy of the Ground Forces in Lviv, which is, still operating by the Soviet standards, and they are being taught some old doctrine, and we don't have that in the book of 1989. What the fuck are you talking about? Go dig trenches, and all that shit. So there's still a huge incompetence because we still have those Soviet-minded commanders. That's what Sternenko is reporting, and he has to deal with that. Like, his team is approaching those administrations and those military units, the training centers, saying, look, there's a solution to protect you. And those guys are either saying nothing to them, not responding, or just saying no, or saying we will do it, and not doing anything. So this is the problem. For you to deal with this, we need the order to come from the top. So it should be done on the high level. So there should be some law passed, to kind of implement those interceptor teams into the training centers too, or at least put them close to the training centers. So it should be like only coming from the top, and unfortunately on the bottom horizontal initiative, it's usually being killed by the order of the Soviet-minded commander somewhere. Not everywhere. There are different cases. There are good cases, definitely, but this problem should be but the solution to the problem should be systematic. And right now, instead of being systematic, it's being only voluntary. Some guys from the instructors that have previously operated some FPV drones, they connect Sternenko. They themselves organize a small team, ekipage, we call them in Ukraine, to intercept them. And that's how it appears.
But do you not also think as well, like what I've in I'm going to say Western militaries, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the British Army, it was everybody was trained to do every job. Don't get me wrong, if you was in a rifle company, obviously you didn't learn how to use a javelin or a mortar or anything like that. That was a specialist role within the infantry. But it's everybody knew how to do everybody's role. So it was the privates could do a lance corporal's job to a corporal's job. A corporal could do the sergeants to the platoon commanders. The sergeant could do from the platoon commander to the company commander. Everybody was 2 roles up. Everybody understood how to do every job. Everybody understood how to use a marksman rifle, the machine gun, the handheld 60 mils, and I've noticed in Ukraine, it's if you're a machine gunner, you only learn how to use a machine gun, and they don't teach you any leadership skills. They teach you how to use a machine gun. That's it. And if you do pick up let's say you become a senior soldat or a junior sergeant or a sergeant, you're not really taught leadership skills, you're taught psychology. And it's like, to me, like, I understand, like, personally, yes, psychology does come into a form of leadership, it does. But, like, you need to understand, like, what isn't taught is how, like, every soldier that you are leading is different, you know, and they will respond in different ways to the ways you tell them to do something, you know. It's like, I've got blokes, like, if I shout at them, it's pointless. It just goes straight over their head. You know, they've been in the army before. So every time you shout at them, they just switch off. They're not listening. They're not learning. They're not taking in any information. You know, so like sometimes you have to talk to them like normal. You know, just like how we're talking now, but consistently reminding them that they had either done something wrong or they had done something right, whatever. And then I've also had guys, you know, where like I've had to get hold of them and like give them a slap because they're just not like they don't listen. You know, because they're just young. You know, it's like when I was in the army, I was tortured. You know, I was crawling through shit, mud, all sorts. You know, I had a guy piss on me for fuck's sake. But that made me who I am today. You know, like it takes a lot to bother me now. But in like the Ukrainian leadership style, it's more how do you convince people to do something rather than like them trusting you to go do something. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, that's right.
and for me, it's like, if somebody comes over to me, right, and says, I need you to go and do that, if I don't trust you, I'm not going to do it. You know, like there's been times where like me and my friend, like Tom, for example, me and him went out on a recce, just me and him, just walking around the front, just me and him, absolutely fine. We trusted each other. We knew the route. We had studied it together, you know, and we just went on a recce, no problem. But if it was just some random guy, I'd be like, absolutely no fucking way, you know. And if I was told to go and do it, and I didn't know this guy, like this officer or whoever, I'm not going to do it. Like, you can't just. I understand orders need to be followed, but how can you follow? In my opinion, how can you follow somebody's order if you don't trust them as a leader?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing, like cross training, you're right. You got a guy in an infantry squad. We do cross training, so a guy can pick up.
It's such a big thing. Everybody needs to know how to do the next person up, like the next person up's job. You know, everybody needs to be able to look at that PKM or mini-me and pick it up and use it. You know, because if the machine gunner goes down, who's going to use the machine gunner? Like somebody has to do it. And it annoys me because like I'm seeing all these guys, right, and they sit there and say that like, oh, I've been in the army for the X, Y, and Z, and it's like, yeah, that's really cool, bro. Can you just do that for me on that gun? Like, can you just use that PKM? And they're like, I've never done that before. Never touched it in my life. You know, and it's like, sick, great. And then luckily, you know, people are honest. Like, for example, when I was given a PKM for the first time, first thing I did was go over to my friend who was a PKM gunner and say, how do I, like, teach me? Like, how do I use this? You know, and he sat there and don't get me wrong, like, it's not much, it's different to like a GPMG or a 240, but it's like, it was like, how do you strip it? Like the safety catch, you know, the link, all this stuff like that, you know, like best ways to do this, that, any tips and tricks, you know, just small things, you know. And I feel like everybody in the Ukrainian army should understand that if any weapon systems put in front of them, they should, as an infantry, right, or even just as a basic soldier, should be able to pick that up and use it effectively.
Yeah, but the problem is that they have a strict and rigid training manual. And some of these things aren't trained correctly, or the steps are out of place. Like, for instance, this is just an example. You know, they're teaching like react to contact before they're even teaching
How
guys
to
how to
shoot.
do basic team movements.
Yep.
You know, or like you know, team or squad bounding. Like there's incremental steps that you need to train guys up to.
No, I agree. Like, bro, I've seen it. I went to a training center once, right, and it was like one of like the scenarios, right. It was like right, they're gonna learn how to do, and it was absolutely mental. It was like right, they're gonna learn how to like pairs fire maneuver, and then the next day it was like they were gonna learn firing positions. It's like you need to kind of like reverse that, bro. Like that needs to switch.
Yep. Yeah.
But this is what I mean, and it's not because it's incompetence or anything like that. So, like, don't get me wrong, some of it is, but it's also like these guys, they're either not trained to be in these roles, or it's just, as you said, come from a Soviet manual, and it's there like, right, do it by the book, and it doesn't work like that all the time, you know. And it's
No, it doesn't, especially when you're talking about complex military maneuvers in modern warfare for drones and artillery and all these complex systems that are trying to kill our guys. You know, all these old Soviet doctrine stuff, like it has to kind of go away, and we have to go to a Western system. And I'm going to tell you one weakness in the link, and I've always said this: the Ukrainian army does not have a good knowledge. They need to work on their non-commissioned officer corps, because you got officers doing jobs that sergeants are doing, that sergeants should be doing.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's no leadership.
But do you not think that also might be like a form of micromanagement?
Yeah, I think so. I think it might be like that Soviet era stuff that they don't want guys to think too much and all that other stuff. But I've been a big proponent. I went up to Kyiv and National Defense University, doing some things. Not exactly at the location or anything, just saying. But working with the NCO Corps and trying to give these guys lectures on Western military, you know, NCOs, what their roles and responsibilities are, you know, how these guys should have leadership and guidance and what they should do. And, you know, a lot of these senior sergeants, and I'm talking about senior sergeants, man. I'm talking about chief master sergeants. They're all like, we're just trying to do our jobs, but at the same time, it's like this. With the
in the British Army, if like a new officer like turned up, right, and he was a one pip, been in battalion for like a month, who do you think he like listens to? The platoon sergeant, like the officer, the platoon commander. He will deal with like paperwork, you know, training and all this stuff like that. And the platoon sergeant will run it. The platoon sergeant will do more work than the officer, not because like the officer's above him, but because the sergeant is also still teaching the officer how to like be a leader with that specific platoon, because he would have had that platoon a lot longer than the officer, you know, so he will know everybody within inside that platoon. And what I've noticed in Ukraine, it's like the officer would turn up, right, and they've done 2-3 months in the military academy, and they're like, right, shut the fuck up, listen to me, I'm the boss now. You're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to do that. And the sergeant will go, well, actually, like, we've already organised this. And, you know, the battle space dictates that we can't do that specific way because of X, Y, and Z. And the officer will go, are you trying to undermine me? Do as you're fucking told, I'm the officer. And it's like, bro, like, listen to what this guy has to say. Like, he could be completely fucking wrong, but still listen to him and investigate into what he said, because that will have an effect. And you also might even learn something from it. Like, you know, I learn every day. You know, I learn from Ukrainians, Americans, like even fucking Colombians and Brazilians I've learned from. Like, not just like because I've been learning Spanish from them, you know, but like I've learned things that they do, you know, and to be like some of it to me, it just doesn't make sense. But if they're going to do it, I need to know how they're going to do it and why they're doing it. You know, like there's all different ways of doing things. But this Soviet textbook, bro, fucking irritates me.
In the American Army, go ahead and have a second lieutenant try to come up to a sergeant first class and tell them what's up.
Yeah, you just don't.
I guarantee you that. No, that would not happen, because let me tell you something. That sergeant first class has probably about 15 to 17 years experience, and that lieutenant has
10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And in our Army, we got some pretty strict things to that. You know, if the platoon sergeant's having trouble, we'll just go to the first sergeant, and then the first sergeant will go to the commander. And then the commander will bring that lieutenant in and say, hey, buddy, you better rein your shit in, and you better listen to this guy, or guess what? You're going to be making coffee of a battalion.
Yeah. You're going to go work in fucking stores, bitch.
So this wouldn't be possible in your armies, right? What is happening here? Like when they're just come from
No.
academy, and fuck, they even do this, guys. You won't believe it. They do it in battle brigades. They put the battalion commander who is just from the academy, and they make him like they make such shit there, especially if they're being some nephew of some famous general, or or just some commander of the who is a friend of Syrski, all this. And so all of this is just I hear this so much personally from the soldiers we help. I heard this too many times lately. So the problem is, I guess, is that also we lack the officers. So we act the battle officers with real experience, and we just don't have enough of them to put in every brigade. And those incompetent, and not just maybe they're competent, they're just not experienced. Those guys are getting to command a battalion, sometimes a brigade. I heard about one brigade where the brigade commander doesn't know shit about this war, and he was appointed and he keeps commanding it. And everything is trying to be organized through through his subordinates. So he somehow puts the responsibility on them, but not really like listening to them and trying to do it their way, by their experience. He's still trying to do it his way. So it's such a mess, and I unfortunately hear a lot about this stuff lately. But
the thing is, sorry to interrupt you. Like, I just want to add on to like what you're saying, otherwise I'll forget. But it's like, if you're going to give somebody a job and you're going to tell them to go and do something, right? Don't try and tell them how to do it. Just tell them what you want from that job, and then let them go and do that job. The whole point of like delegating is ensuring that you can trust that specific individual that you've delegated the task to be able to achieve the goal that you want. It shouldn't matter how he does it, as long as he gets it done,
Yeah.
And it's not happening. It's like somebody will be sat there in the talk, sat there telling you how to do something, and you're just like, bro, like, chill the fuck out, man. Like, I'm doing it. And they're like, yeah, but you're not doing it like this. So they're like, yeah, I know, because I fucking can't, bro. Like, chill the fuck out.
It's all about mission accomplishment. But to be a good leader, you don't need to be a guy that's just sitting there yelling and screaming.
No.
Just like you said, Fuzzy. You got to be a guy who delegates authority to other people and then checks on them, and has some mentorship to help build them up and to encourage them. When you're going down there and you're just giving knife hands to people when you're yelling and screaming, hey, you fucked that up. Okay, sir. How did I mess it up so I don't do it again?
And this is the thing, right? Like with my blokes, like if I start fucking knife handing them, right, like they just turn off, like they just stop, and they're just like that, like what, like with my guys, right? I tell them how to do something, or like I tell them what I want, and then it's up to them whether they do it my way or their way. Like as long as they do it, I don't care. Don't get me wrong. There's been times where I've lost my shit with someone, and I've sat up and said, "Shut the fuck up and just listen," because they're doing it wrong. But end of the day, like as long as they achieve the goal that we need and want, I don't care. I don't care how they do it, right? As long as it's done in a well-timed manner, right? And they take as less risks as humanly possible, and as less risks as like the situation is at the time. I don't care. But if they turn around and say to me, like, I can't do it, like we're being fucking smashed by artillery, I'm just gonna well, fucking hide then, bro. Why are you telling me? Just hide. Like, I get it. Like, if you're gonna ignore me, like, I get it. Like, just make sure you like tell me something so I don't have to come out there looking for you. But no, it's one of those things, right? Where, like, as I say, with leadership, everybody has their own ways of dealing with things. But obviously with my guys, like they're called, we call ourselves black sheep for a reason. Like these, like most of the guys, right? Like if I turned around and said like you're a little bitch, like I'll probably end up having a punch up with them just because like they are like feisty. Do you know what I mean? They like a row. They like an argument.
Mhm.
But like we've also got some other guys, right? And they're very they very much dislike like confrontation, but they'll do the job. You know, they're the guys, right, that will sit there and will think all the mathematical like gay stuff. You know, like they're very quick with maths and all that stuff, and that's good. So it's like, right, okay, you can do the artillery compass then or something mental. Like, there you go, do that. You know, and it's like, right, okay, make sure it's pointing this way and all this stuff. It's all about like, because there's been times like, for example, with me, right, I can do the mortar sight and every job on the mortar. The only job I can't do is the artillery compass. That's literally the only thing I can't do. And I've been doing mortar since 2023, right? And I keep trying and I keep fucking it up. But for me, like, when it comes to numbers and stuff like that, and like adding and multiplying, which is what you have to do, like you have to convert it and all this stuff like that, the Bosel, I can't do it. So I rely and I trust that there's a specific guy on the crew that can do that for me, you know. And that's not because it's not because I'm shit at my job. It's just because I'm shit at that specific task. You know, like we all have our strengths and weaknesses, and it's all about utilizing each other fairly so we can be a team as such. But
Right.
I don't know,
It's
bro.
about
Like,
finding those. It's about finding those stores in the roof, I guess you can say.
yeah,
When we're training these guys, I just got done with the 8-week training cycle. I can't tell you the unit or anything, of course. We had a company of guys, and you know, you're absolutely right about the way you have to talk to these soldiers. You can't go drill sergeant with these Ukrainian guys. You have to be like
come on.
rigid, but you have to be nice. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to like, and you're right about the convincing part, right?
Mhm.
You know, I'm teaching react to contact, and the guys are like, "Why in the hell would we put guys on the flank when we're shooting towards the front?" Like, hey, guy, you need to move around the enemy to get to the flank, to expose the flank, and then assault their flank. And then you guys have suppressive fire, you shift fire, you lift fire, all that other stuff. And I had to like put it on a board and like show these guys, and actually, like when you're training these guys, you have to convince them that it works, because they'd be
Yeah.
like, "Oh no," and then you get those good idea fairy guys.
Mhm.
Oh, well, what if there's a minefield over there? What if the
Yeah.
fucking space
Mate, when they
marines
do
come
that,
down?
bro, like sorry to interrupt you again, but I've had it before. I'll be sat there trying to talk to somebody about a specific thing, and they'll go, "But what about the FPV?" And they're like, "Well, what the fuck about it, bro?" Like, I feel like Donald Trump when he goes, "So what if a bomb drops on your head?" That's actually how I feel like when I'm talking to some people. Sometimes I'm just there like, "Holy fuck, bro!" Like, just listen. Like, this is like best case scenario. If there's an FPV, you're obviously not gonna fucking do it, are you? Oh my god! Like, now I'm so glad that you've mentioned that because I am not the only one. Fucking
No, you're not. Yeah,
yes.
you're not the only one, man. Because let me tell you, like, and I explained it to these guys like this. I said, "Look, guys, we're teaching the bare basics, fundamentals. If you're going to build a house, you don't start with the fucking walls and the windows and the roof. You have to build the foundation. And what we're doing is we're teaching you foundational basics, so you guys know how to provide suppressive fire. You guys know how to maneuver on the enemy. You know how to assault through the objective. All that, once you know those things, it becomes second nature in your mind. And then when you run into other circumstances or situations, then you can adapt to the battlefield.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, like a light bulb goes on in their head right here. It's like, oh yeah, okay,
But that's what makes it like. This is what, like, for me, defines Soviet from to like NATO and Western thinking in a, you know, in a sense, because it's like sometimes like when you meet these guys, right, and you sit there and you tell them like, "But have you thought about this?" They go, "No, that ain't gonna work." And you go, "Why?" And they say, "Well, in the textbook it says that you should do this." And it's like, yeah. But what if like you can't do that one specific thing? Have you thought about this? And they go, "Well, no, because the textbook doesn't say that." It's there like, exactly, like, take a step back, look at like sometimes when I'm on the ground, I take like if stuff's going wrong, I take a step back, I have a breather, I look left and right at like the situation, and then I will make a conscious decision as to what I feel is best at the time. You know, but like with these guys, it's like, not, I say these guys, with, I mean, like specific certain individuals, it's like, it could all be going wrong, but they will still follow the textbook. For me, the textbook is a guideline. It's like, if all else fails, you've still got something to fall back on. That's just the way I look at the textbook. I try to explain it to certain individuals and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but the textbook's not always right. Like sometimes, like there's been times where like I've looked at somebody who's got like been in like my friend John, for example, like he was in like the US Army for like 25 years. Like he had a full career, everything, come out here. There's been times where I've been on the ground and I've looked at him and I've gone, the fuck do we do? And he's just gone, right, this is what we need to do. And it's like, right, okay, doesn't make me a bad leader. That's me looking at other, you know, at other options, because they're all within the team, you know. And it's there's no shame in looking at other individuals within the team and going, right, tell me, what do you think is best? You know, there was, for example, there's one time we were driving along, and on the recce mission, there was no like tape in the road. When we drove through it the next day, there was like red tape all along the road, and I've gone like, I've told the driver to stop. I've got out the car, and I've like, in my head, right, it said like, it makes sense if the blokes stay in the car because it's safer, right? And John went, fuzz mate, fuck that. What if something hits the car? And they're like, yep, get out, get out. That's not him being like disobedient or anything like that. That's him like saying like, fuzz mate, other, you know, things do fly in the air here, like like they're moving. Yeah, cool, bro, get out, just get out. Like, and we left the car and fucked off, and then we went back for it like an hour later. But it was like, you know, people need to start looking at like experienced guys that are like to your left and right and listen to what they have to say. Because it's like, for example, with Noodle hasn't really been out on the ground since 2024, right? Like, well, even 2023. In 2024, he only went out on the ground once, because his job is fire control. So he sits in the top and, you know, and give like the bearings and elevations and like that for the mortar, right? If he tries to tell me, like, he doesn't sit there and tell me what to do, because he knows I've got more up-to-date ground knowledge of that specific area. So he's not going to sit there and tell me, fuzz mate, you fucked this up, you need to do this, you need to do that, and micromanage me. He sends me out and lets me get on with it, and just do you, fuzz mate, right? Like, he, at the time, he was the team leader, it was delegating, right, you're in charge, fuck off, deal with it. And it's like, okay, fine. But you're not going to get that with Soviet standards, because it's like the officers, not all of them, but a lot of them lately, are not going out on the ground, but yet will sit there on a radio or over signal and fucking tell you to move left or right. And it's like, some of these guys are in a gunfight, so they're saying, we can't go left, we can't go right, but they don't want, but the officer don't want them to go backwards. So he's like, right, we'll go forward then. It's like, well, fuck, now we're going to die. Like, you know, and then like, well, the guys,
a lot of this mission planning that they're doing, when they do these mission plans, as you know, they'll draw these strict lines on the map. Okay, first squad, you're going here. Second squad, you're going here. Third squad, you're going here. And then you're going to take these objectives. Well, what if first or second or third squad runs into the enemy and they can flank right or left? Well, that's not in the plan. Well, guess what? Like, if you're on the front line and you run into a bunker, you're not just going to run straight into the bunker. You're going to try to hit it from the flank or the side, or you're going to have to retrograde back or whatever else and call in some FPV support or something else. There's just not. This comes back to the topic we talked about before. There's not a lot of flexibility of leadership in these squads, and the problem is that you got a platoon leader who's running all three squads like a sergeant. And you know, he's got two other radios. He's not only talking to the commander rota, company commander, he's talking to the battalion commander at the same time, like this, you know.
Bro, I've had it once, right? And it was actually pissing me off. It was on a mission I did in fucking like November, I think. Yeah, October, November, one of those months. And it was fucking awful. So I've got my pelters on my head. I've got that connected. So I've got a radio like on my plate carrier, and I'm hearing like these like fucking speak, and then I'm listening to what they're doing in front of me, like at the top, like on like the objective on the X. So I've got command and control the blokes, and then I'm on signal, and I'm trying to manage 3 comms pieces of equipment, and I was just like, right, I'm turning that one off. That can fuck off. Like, do that. Right, you can fuck off. Like, and like my brain was just fried because it was like I was sat there for 6 days. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not long, but when you're sat there and you've got, I shit you not, like 30, 40 people all screaming in your ear, and because I'm on a 120 and I'm a brigade level asset, I've got 30, 40 people trying to like sit there and call for mortar fire. Then I've got Noodle trying to like correct like the numbers and all that stuff like that. And then I would have another guy call for fire. Noodle's trying to deal with that. And then I've got Noodle sat there telling me what to do. Then I've got the bloke sat there asking questions. And I'm just sat there like, just like on the position, like about to have a mental breakdown.
Here's how you
shit.
sound on the radio. Hey, Bravo 23 is Bravo 26. Troops in contact. Out.
Yeah.
And
But
then,
when you, because I don't know why we did it, right? That we had, so obviously we had the Motorollas, we had the Harrises, and then we obviously had Signal as well. So, like we're sat there and I've got 3 comms things all going off at once, and each one is doing different things. So the Motorollas and the Harrises are doing like the, like some of them are like up the top with the boys dealing with like their gunfight. And then I've got command and control at the top, sat there trying to talk to me. And then I've got Signal with all the corrections coming through with the mortar. Then I've got the blokes coming at me. And it got to the point where I just literally like, they turned around and said to me like on the radio, like, can you like, because I just stopped responding for like 20 minutes, like on the radio. And I can't hear anything. And I just stopped responding. And I had Noodle message me telling me like, are you all right? And then they're like, yeah. He said, like, why have you not come over like on the comms checks? Like, I'm getting fucking annoyed with it, mate. Like, I just want one form of comms, right? Because like it all went very, very wrong on this mission, and it was fucking awful, And it was just there like, right, I want one form of comms, and that is it. I don't need anybody speaking to me except for you right now, telling me the corrections for the gun. If I don't care if people are asking if I've got fuel for my generator at the minute, I'll go cold. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck off, bro. But yeah, no, it's very, very hard. And I was sat there talking to I'm not gonna say, but I was sat there saying, like, right, in Ukraine, on the front line there is borders, and you cannot cross the borders because each unit is assigned like a part of that front, and you are not allowed to cross that border.
Yeah.
And it's there like, but why? Why can I not cross that part? Like, even if it's for like 200 meters, let me just communicate with the other unit and say, right, I'm coming in to go this way. Is that okay? And they will say yes or no. It's a big thing. Like, and because like the communication, everybody loves playing Warlord. It's a Soviet thing again. I say everybody. What I mean is like specific individuals. They love playing like Warlord, right? And it's like, no, you can't come into my part of the front. It's like, why? Because I said no. But I need to get a 120 out, bro. Yeah, I don't care, man. This is my part of the front. It's like, bro, like, it's not yours, it's ours. Like we're all on the same side here, dude. And they're like, no, it's mine. And sometimes you're just sat there like arguing with this fucking retard because he's just sat there going, no, it's my part of the front. You can't come into my wood line. And you're like, shut the fuck up, bro. Doing it anyway. And you go in there, and then you get in so much fucking trouble because you're in his wood line. It's like, do you own it, bro? You paying fucking rent? Like, fuck. Sorry, that was just an experience.
Doctrinally, you have to have communications with the unit to your left, to your right, to your rear, and there needs to be direct communication. And that's one of the problems that a lot of these battle brigades are having, because you're absolutely right. They control that sector of battle space, and the communication between the left and the right and the rear is like a secondary thing. They're like, okay, well, maybe if we need something, we'll contact them. No, you need to have communications with them at all times. What if you got a Russian unit smashing you on the rear or smashing you on the left or right flank? You got to know that.
But this is why, like when I was working with Azov, right? Because it's such a large thing, it was like, Azov, for example, like what this battalion would have this part, this battalion would have that part, and this battalion would have that part, for example. So let's say you've got 3 battalions, and they're all operating in like different sectors, right? Like this, like that, right?
Mhm.
All of them would cross their arc, which is what you should do. And
Mhm.
everybody was communicating. So it's like if I walked into, for example, 3rd Battalion's tree line, they would know I'm coming because I've told them I'm coming, for example. But then you get some brigades that are like managed by Soviet warlords, and it's like you can sit there and say, right, I need to go into that wood line for like an hour, and they're going to be like, no, get the fuck out of the wood line because the commander's going mental. And it's there like, for fuck's sake, bro, like, stop it, just stop it, because now I've got to walk an extra, like, for example, 10 kilometers that way because a
Yeah.
fucking FPV landed like 200 meters that way. So now I have to go all the way around to try and not get seen. You know,
And
it's
that,
like,
and the thing about that is, man, that could be deadly because
yeah,
let's say you need that key piece of terrain to accomplish your mission. And if you have to walk to a different area, you're going to get exposed or committed to enemy forces that you didn't know were there.
yeah.
Like that's deadly stuff.
But
Yeah.
it's like I went on one mission, right? And like we were for a 120 for like the first, I think it was like 2 or 3 days or something like that. We were the furthest forward, like we were in front of like the flot, like the forward line of troops. We were the furthest forward team out on the ground at the time. And we were told, don't worry, there's a Ukrainian fucking PKM position like 300 meters down to your left. So if you get into any trouble, they'll come. And it was like 3 or 4 guys apparently with a PKM or something like that, and some like other shit. They weren't there. Like they were nowhere to be seen. Like nobody could find them. They had fucked off, and we're just sat there like, yeah, sick, bro. Like, don't get me wrong, for like a mortar team, like we had a lot of shit. Like we had like 4 AT4s, like 4 anti-tank. So everybody on the crew could pretty much pick up like a fucking rocket and shoot it. You know, we had like 1,000 rounds a man. You know, we had like fucking like we were basically geared out as if we were going to go and assault a trench. But the reason we needed so much kit and equipment was because of the mission we were doing and like the area we was in. I'm not going to say where or fucking whatever. But it was like, it was very much like, come on, like they're meant to be there. If they're not there, like, because in my head, as like a detachment commander, to me, that's an asset I can bring if I need it, because that's what I was told. If I need them, they'll come. So they're like, right, okay, calm down. If anything goes wrong, at least I've got a machine gun coming. No, not fuck all, bro. And I only found out the day it all kicked off and started going wrong. And I was there like, yeah, brilliant. Fucking lit.
Well, that's the thing. You're a mortar team, so you need these battalion level like attachments to protect your security.
Yeah, but we don't get it, bro.
You,
We literally get absolutely nothing. And it's like, I remember, like, I turned around and said, okay, fine, no problem. Give me a machine gun for the mortar crew. They went, nah. Why? Because you're a mortarman, bro. You don't need a machine gun. And at the time, the way the front was, it was like there was no like defined line. It wasn't like it where if you go down to like Zaporizhia, it's there like the line here, like the Russians there, the Ukrainians here, then obviously all the rear echelon troops and all this stuff like that. It wasn't like that. It was fucking, bro. Like we had fucking Russians get like literally like fucking getting killed by our drone teams because the Russians would like walk into the drone team's fucking blindage and get shot by a drone operator. Like, so when I turned around and said I want a fucking machine gun, my friend was there like he was a company commander. He was there like, yeah, fair one. But yeah, I had this Soviet dickhead turn around and go, what do you want one of them for, bro? And they're like, because the Russians are fucking everywhere at the minute. Like, they're like 10 kilometers behind the line, mate.
Yeah, I say, sir, because I don't have any local area security for my mortars.
Literally. And like, there's some, like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you're not going to provide me the security, not a problem. All it means, right, is I'll have to remove people from a gun. Like, and because you can operate a gun with like 2 blokes if you really had to. You just like, and you would just rotate them like off and on the gun, and then you would just have like the other 2 as security pushed out 50, 60 meters wherever, you know. And it's like, yeah, sound, no problem. But then it's like to be able to do that effectively, like I'm going to point the guys where the most common threat is going to be. And at the time, there was a Russian DRG unit spotted like 200 meters down the road from our mortar position. So it was like, right, okay, I'm going to put the machine gun facing that way, but I didn't have a machine gun. So I just gave the blokes 2 ball spikes each and went, right, look that way. Like, just let's just fucking hope it all goes well, bro. Like, fuck.
Guys, as you
You,
maybe
you
noticed,
know that wouldn't fly in Western armies. For a mortar section, you would have at least a fire team attachment, or
Yep.
you would have a machine gun team attachment.
100%, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
and like, don't get me wrong, like the assault team guys, like their job is very fucking shit, right? But it's like sometimes when I turn around and like Noodle said it once actually, and it pissed a lot of like commanders off because he went, no problem. If you're not going to give us like the fucking kit we need, provide us people with the kit that will use it and can do the job that we also need to do then. And they just got, they were so fucking angry, bro, because he was there like, well, fuck them then. Give me these guys then. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. That's fucking stupid. All right, okay, bro. Okay.
guys, may I say something? I was gone
Yes, you
for
can.
about half an hour. It feels like that.
Sorry about that.
But there was an awesome conversation you had. I made myself some green tea to get more energy, and it feels it feels like I'm already getting it. Yeah, I guess I'm not that sleepy. I just wanted to quickly mention, first of all, yeah, awesome conversation. I was listening to you because I always plug in the earbud to listen to the guests I left here alone. But this time you guys had something to talk about. So Fuzzy, to sum it up, total mess in communication, right? And sometimes misunderstanding between the not even always Soviet-minded commanders, but we can generalize them like that. So just not providing. It's like the total misunderstanding of not understanding of the real situation on the ground by the commanders and ignoring the new challenges that appear. So new challenges are appearing that Russians are using these cloaks to squeeze in, not engage, but just go past the positions, get deeper, settle down there, in the rear, and then just go hunt the drone teams. And that's what Deep State is reporting for the last 2 months now. This tactics is coming. So I actually heard, Psycho and Colucci, they transferred to the 5th Tank Brigade, heavy mechanized brigades, those are called now. And they say now they will be like their commander, and they have a good battalion commander and a good brigade commander. So they told that their battalion commander ordered to not go out for the drone teams, for mortar teams, not go out and work without the 2 guys guarding them. So riflemen, or machine gunner and rifleman. So at least 2 guys are going to be guiding a drone team, not guiding but protecting. So basically, a protection additional, like small unit, mini unit for the drone unit. So if commander is adequate and commander is really like ready to, change for the challenges, the new ones that there are appearing, they are taking measures. But not all the brigades, unfortunately, have those good commanders. Sometimes in a brigade, there could be like one good battalion with an adequate commander who will change it, and another battalion might be with Soviet-minded dickhead who will just
it's
not
like when I
care.
was like what you're saying, like when I was in Gore, there was a commander, and to be fair, he was a young lad, but he was a very, very good commander because he cared about everybody that went out on the ground, and because I didn't have specific equipment at this time, I couldn't see at night, I couldn't do fuck all. So what he would do is in the evenings, whenever there was like a spare 25-30 minutes, I'd have a thermal flyover of the position, and if anything was seen, it was like, right, okay, like there's people coming, like things like that. Like if they can't give me like that equipment because it's needed elsewhere, give me something else then that I can rely on. And he did that, and it's like, not all commanders are bad, and I really, really want to stress that, You know, like when I was in Gore, I had some of the best commanders. I also had some really bad ones. You know, when I was in Azov, I had some really good commanders, but I also had some really bad ones. You know, it's never perfect wherever you go, but it's never really shit. Obviously, don't get me wrong. There is units where it's there, like I don't even know how to fucking word it, but like a gang almost. You know, where they have that, like they have their one specific favorite, and then it's like they have their little leadership group, and then everybody else can go suck a fart out their ass. You know, and it's things like that, bro. Like it's units like that that are literally like self-sabotage, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like it's like because Noodle the other week, right? He turned around and said like he was reading some story. I can't remember what fucking unit it was now, but it was some unit working down in Kherson, I think. And like he was reading it, he was like, "What the fuck is that commander doing, bro? Like why is he doing this like all the time and not because again it was a big article about like not communicating, lying to like upper command and all this stuff like that, and it's stuff like that, right? Where Noodles just sat there like that is literally self-sabotage. Like just be honest so you can get like the resources that you need that Kyiv decide that they have available for you. Rather than trying to have an ego and too much pride, just tell people what's going wrong and what's going right, so then Kyiv can then decide what they can do to help your unit at the front.
Yeah, and I want to add to that.
Bradley, may I quickly mention a few donations? Because I neglected that for an hour now, and I just need to tell you, rollers, that we still need to raise $1,379.53, but we already crossed the 50% needed today, so less than 50% left to go. So the donations I received. I mentioned this one. Probably I didn't mention the one from Dark Oblation, $4.11 without a comment. Then $20 from Levy, tickets for the awesome flag, Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava Levy. Then Laura S donated $200, 10 tickets from me and 10 for rollers. Thank you very much, Laura. $100 from the Dark Oblation. This is from Silver Earth. She is sick but watching. Thank you very much, Silver Earth and Dark Oblation, for helping Silver Earth with that. Anastasia says, I must leave you now. Work tomorrow morning. Anastasia, good night to you and have a quiet night. Anastasia is in Kyiv. And this night might be less loud than the previous one, I guess, because that attack was probably resourceful for them. I mean, costly, and they need to make this night somewhat 100 or 200 shaheeds only instead of 800. So hoping for a more quiet night tonight. Anyway, next donation was from Kathy S. $40. Tickets, please. Glad to see Bradley and Fuzzy again. I'm also glad to see you guys. And we're just beginning, because we still need to raise $1,379.53. I will probably be here for a long time. And that's good that I'm having a green tea. You see, I'm already starting being a rig bot, really speaking fast, blah, 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 blah. All this. $40 from Andreas Lech after Kathy. This is donation I should not make, but I love you guys too much to not follow the impulse. 100% together in this to whatever ending, Andreas says. Yeah, Andreas is invested, is like fully invested into this. Guys, you probably noticed, you guys in the chat noticed that I was working on the spreadsheet meanwhile, and I almost caught up with all of it. And I caught up with all of it, only didn't put the Ed Paskevich's donation there, so I'm going to do this now. And you keep donating, because we still have a pretty long way to go. $1,379.53. And I loved the conversation that the guys had in my absence. And I would love to be engaged in it too, because it's very interesting. So now, Bradley, I finally... Oh no, wait, before I do that. The flag we have on raffle, I didn't show it to you, Bradley and Fuzzy. Let me show it closer. It's an absolutely unique flag from 92nd Brigade, 2nd Self-Propelled Artillery Division. And the guys who gave it to us, they have M109 howitzer on the flag because they have it in their brigade, Bradley, your homeland howitzer, 155 millimeter caliber. So we thank, in this case, Biden for it, I guess, because Trump didn't give us shit. You know, he's just selling us stuff and didn't really give us anything. So thank you, Joe Biden, for providing the guys in 92nd Brigade with this one. But the guys who gave this flag to us, we helped them with a truck. They actually, guys, they're not doing any artillery work. They are FPV, fiber optic FPV unit, and they doing the counter-battery work. So they are basically hunting the enemy howitzers with those drones. Precision shot into the barrel, all that stuff. That's what they do. So some units, units may have these unexpected units. Artillery, but they are doing the counter artillery work. So behold.
Let me see this thing.
Yeah, that's nice, bro.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Is the bottom arrowed off like a V?
It's more like a pennant flag.
Yeah. Unique shape.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't hear anything. So what were you saying?
I was asking if like the bottom's like shaped like this.
Yeah. It's,
yeah, that's cool, man.
It looks like this, basically. Give me a second. That's how it looks.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the flag, just in fabric. And you've seen on the flag there are so many signatures. Not like that many signatures, but with each signature comes the message. Like, for example, this one says, we thank Rick Rollers and Rick for their help. And
Go away.
And this. You can look from afar at Moscal, and it seems like it's a human. But you look closer and you understand it's cattle. You know? Do you get it? Moscal, the Russian. You look from afar, seems like a human. You come closer, it's a cattle. You know? So.
Oh, yeah, I get it now.
Now you get it. Slava Ukraini. This message is from Hryщений, the Godfather. And here at the bottom, we have Putin Huilo, for example. You know? Also pretty cool. So this one is from Babai. Just like Baba Yaga. Babai is basically the same, just the male version of Baba Yaga. So we have pretty cool messages here. So guys, you're not just getting a flag, you're getting a piece of each of these guys who signed it. Because, you know, Roman Trachimets was describing it pretty cool. He said that, you know, whenever, like, whoever of the soldiers put their signature, they leave a part of themselves on the flag. And it becomes some kind of continuation of them. And I totally agree with this concept because, you know, a lot of soldiers, unfortunately, are not surviving in this war. And some of the guys on this flag will, forever remain here. And to be honest, I would really love to see all of them surviving. And this may be the case because, you know, a lot of my soldier friends who I met during this war, they're still alive. Like statistically, the guys I know, I would say 95% of them are alive and well. So it's not that bad. So I'm a lucky guy. Maybe I'm sharing some luck with them. I don't know. So I just got 2 more donations while I was talking. Elvin Archer, $10. 1 ticket, please, Rick. Sorry, I'm not very chatty. Feeling a bit sick last few days. Blessings to you rollers, Blue Team, Bradley, and Fuzzy. Not forgetting the hashtag Pants Down Gang. XOX. There. Bradley, do you know the story about the Pants Down Gang?
No, I did not. Why don't you tell me about it?
Fuzzy was the inventor of that one. So Fuzzy, please tell Bradley.
Oh fuck, right. So I uploaded a picture. Like me and a friend of mine, we spray painted our rifles. And we uploaded a picture in the group chat, and basically we both had our trousers down. So like, you could see the rifles, but if you zoomed in, you would see like the trousers by the ankles. Yeah. Pants down game.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, I joined that club when the caliber hit my house. I ran the fuck out of there, running down the street. The only thing I had on was my underwear and my boots, and I ran faster than you would believe. The next thing I hear is boom, and I'm like, oh shit. It didn't cluster. Start coming down. I ran down that street, my boots and my underwear, buddy, like this faster than when I was 17 years old.
But it's got, like, with me, like the whole pants down thing, it's got to the point where like I've took it to the extreme now. Like I was uploading something on OLX like a few months ago, and it was like I was like in my underwear, and I thought, oh fuck it. I was in my house, so I had like no shoes on or socks on. So I just pulled my underwear down, and like in like the picture of like this hairdryer I was uploading, you could see my feet and like my pants on my ankles and just the hairdryer. And it was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll upload that. Nobody's bought it yet. And I think everybody's weirded out by seeing my manky feet and my Calvin Kleins by my fucking ankles, bro. but the hairdryer's there.
Yeah, Fuzzy is taking it to the extreme level, but come on, you only live once. You lived once.
Well, something's died in me, bro. I tell you, like.
Shit. But yeah, you only live once, so why not have some fun while you're still alive? Especially if you're in the army, right, Fuzzy?
like, it's got to the point, right? Like, you know, LC Waikiki.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be walking through there or Sinsei or something like that, and I'll have the missus with me, right? And it'll be like a big crowd of people. So I'll just start making weird noises, just going, and it's like it just parts like that, and they just let me through as I just walk through, going, and then I'll have Ollie like walking behind me, like slapping me on the back of the head, like telling me to shut up, and I'm just there like, and she's getting all embarrassed. Like I'm at the point where like I really just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just there like, get out my way. Like I can't speak the language, so just move. Like
oh shit.
Divide.
No, I don't even do that, man. Like I'm just there like, and it just parts ways, mate. Like,
oh my god, if I was your missus, I would be so embarrassed, Fuzzy. Come on.
Honestly, it's like I've even got to the point, right? Like, if too many people try and get in the lift, right? Because some of the lifts in the supermarkets are really fucking small. Like, if I see a crowd of people just coming, like, I bow my legs in so it looks like I've got rickets, and I'll just sit there and just go, like that, and they don't come in the lift, and I'm there like, yes, I'll get the lift. Oh my fuck, man! Like, I'm just honestly like, when I go home, like, I just like personal space at the minute, right? And in Ukraine, it's like sometimes I feel like they don't understand personal space because we'll all be in this lift like this, right? All fucking scrunched up against the wall. And for me, I'm there like, right, I'm not feeling this today. I'm not feeling socializing, right? So there I am, gone full retard. Mrs. is like all red, like tears, like I'm probably gonna cry if I keep on going. But like I get the lift to ourselves, bro, and it's just great fun. Like, yeah. Anyway. Like, yeah.
Sometimes you're right, man. I gotta step away too, because being around soldiers all day, man, you know how this is. It's like today, for instance, We're doing maneuver training of like 113. So I'm sitting on top of this 113 of like 15 Ukrainians, and I'm holding on to these like this rope, man, because like I'm sitting towards the front, and if this guy hits a bump, I'm gonna flip off the front of this thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, but the thing is, like, it's always good to have your own personal time, man. Sometimes you just got to get away and just
like I can't, like, there's no personal time. Like, Noodle lives with me, for fuck's sake. It was meant to be temporary, but he's now part of the furniture, right? So there I was in 2024, like, right, me and the missus, like, we're getting our own apartment. It's all nice. It's a lovely new build, all this stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, Christmas comes around. I go, oh, well, can't put Noodle in a hotel. I've known him for 10 years. So I go, come on, mate, why don't you not stay at my house? And he's like, yeah, all right. Yeah, no problem. So he stays at mine. A month goes by. We go back to work. And I'm there like, oh, like, have you been looking at other places? He's like, nah. I'm like, oh, all right. And he's like, I'm like, why? And he's like, moved in now, ain't I? I'm like, you fucking what? Like, he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'll just start paying rent, mate. No problem. And I'm I said it was temporary, bro. And he's there like, yeah. But you never said how temporary it was. And I'm like, do you know what? I'm not even going to argue with you. Like, so now Noodle's got like all of his stuff in the living room. He basically lives in my living room now. Like, that's Noodle's corner. I've got our corner, and it's just right. That's it. Like, no personal space, bro.
I have a quick comment. £10 donation from Numpty Bumpty. Does Fuzzy know anything about the Scots guy arrested falsely for going AWOL and sent to the front line? Fuzzy, do you know anything about that?
The Scottish guy.
It says Scots, like something.
SCOTS.
SCOTT apostrophe S.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Bradley,
Right.
did you hear anything about
I
that?
believe I seen something on I'll drop a link here. David D said something about on X. He said something about a British citizen that served for a couple of years, I believe, and then I guess his contract was up, so he decided to go home, and then he went to the border, and I guess paperwork was messed up, and then they considered him AWOL, and they sent him to punishment battalion, I believe. Now, like I said, I've heard this from secondhand sources, so I'm not too sure about that. But yeah. I know there was a big outcry about it, though. I know a lot of people were online on social media, pressuring the government to give this guy, get this guy out of there.
The thing is, right, is it's like, for me, like, Ukraine is my home, right? I live here, I love being here, right? But some of these guys, they're coming over as volunteers, right? And the way I see it, right, is if they want to do a month, they do a month. As long as they do some work, I don't care. Let them leave. If they don't want to be here, don't be here. And don't get me wrong, when this law came in with the 6-month thing, like, I completely disagreed with it straight away, because it's like, sometimes, like, these foreigners come over, they go to the front once and they decide it's not for them, right? You can't you can't force him out to the front. So what is he then? He's at that point, then you can't not pay him. Like, you can't you can't really arrest him, because after 6 months he's leaving anyway. So you can't really do anything with these people. All you're doing, in my opinion, is wasting time, resources, and money on these guys. Like, I do think, like, the contracts where it was there, like, if you sign it and you want to leave, that, like, you can leave whenever you want. Because I've met a lot of guys that have come over, and they've been like, they get to, like, the unit, and the unit is like a combat ready unit. So they've done like 3-4 weeks worth of training, and then it's like, right, you're going to the front, and they're like, whoa, actually, I don't want to go. It's like, right, okay, we'll leave then. But instead, because they can't get rid of them, if they go over the 2-month point, they can't get rid of them. So it's like, right, okay, well, what can we do with you? So, like, you can't make them drive a car, because, like, they're not going to go to the front with the car. like
Mhm.
can't make him a chef because like the Ukrainians are already filling that role. So it's there like, well, what the fuck do you do with them? Like, it's at that point, like, as I say, like nobody knows what to do with them. So they, like, a lot of them get left in safe houses collecting a monthly wage, doing fuck all.
Yeah, they're a combat liability to the unit at that point. If they don't have the dedication, if they don't have like the purpose of being there, and they don't want to do the job, then they're just dead weight, and it doesn't do any good to keep them.
And don't
You
get me
know,
wrong. Like, I'll take my hat off to anybody that turns up. Like, if you turn up, fair play. Like, at least you fucking turned up.
Mhm.
But at that point, it's like I know one guy. He's 21 or 22. No, younger. I think he's like 19 or 20. And he's just got to his unit. Like I met him in Odessa. He's just got to his unit, and already he doesn't want to go to the front. He's finished training, and now he's there. Like, I don't want to go to the front, and I don't know what to do. I'm there like, you need to be very, very honest and like just tell him like you want to leave. But it's like if you leave, like you're probably going to get put down as AWOL or like Susacha, and you're not going to be allowed back in the country. So you need to make a decision on what you actually want to do. But like this guy, right? He is literally a civilian, like through and through. He should not. Personally, as a commander, I would have took one look at him and gone, "There's no way. He needs a job behind a desk." Like he's 4 foot fuck all. Right? There's literally nothing. There's no height to him. There's like no muscle to him. Like he's literally like he's built like a fucking McDonald's paper straw for fuck's sake. Like he is not an assault team like member. Like he should not be a part of that team. Like he couldn't lift up the bombs on the mortar either. It was just there like, well, what can he do then? Like he wants to help, he wants to do something. I don't know what, like just put him in stores like where he hands out ammo and does all the books and stuff like that. Like I don't fucking know. But
well, this, Fuzzy. A lot of these guys come over here with the misconception about how this war is going to be, or you have prior service guys that served in Iraq or Afghanistan, and they have their combat experiences from back then, and they believe that they're going to be ready for this. And then when they come here and they see how much firepower and devastation that the Russians can bring down on them in a short amount of time. Some of these guys were sitting in Kandahar, having 60 millimeter mortars shot at the chow hole, once or twice a night or something, and think that was a big deal. When they get here and they got drones flying all around their head, they got multiple launch rocket systems firing cluster munitions at them. They got artillery shells flying like they wouldn't believe. It's a reality check for these guys. And they're like, well, hell, this isn't what I expected it to be. And, yeah.
And this is what I mean. It's like, don't get me wrong. Like, yes, some of it is a reality check and stuff like that. But the way I see it, at least they fucking turned up and they went and they tried. Right? I understand. Don't get me wrong. I never ever, and I'm not going to sit there and make it out as if I did or hint or like be like a spook about it. I never ever went near Iraq or Afghanistan. I have never been near the Middle East, like ever in my life. But I've met some guys that have out here. They served in the same regiment that I was in the army. And they come here and they do very, very well. But you get the other extreme as well, where it's like, I don't know, an FPV flies at them for the first time, and that's enough. Like that's it. Like that's enough. Like they can deal with a gunfight, but the minute you've got a fucking like an IED with wings, like that's it for them. Like they want no part of that, which is fair enough. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Do you know what I mean? Like nobody really likes that every day. So it's like, right, well, what do you do with him now then? It's been 2 months. We can't just get rid of him. So what do we do? Well, let's find him a job somewhere else then. And these guys ended up, like, not all of them, but some of them end up being left like in team houses and stuff like that, just like collecting a wage. And it's like, just let him go. And they're like, we can't let him go. So you fucking can, bro. Like, can. Just literally just like let him walk over the border and don't report him AWOL until he's like actually told you he's over the border. That's what I would do. It's probably why I'm like I could never actually be like a battalion commander, because if somebody come over to me, right, a foreigner, and said, I don't like this, I'm very, very scared and I want to leave, I'm like, fair enough, mate, you've got fucking 2 days, get to Poland. Like, see you later, mate. Like, I don't know, mate. Like,
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing. I totally agree with you on this. If they spent the money and the effort to come over here, you know, they did a good thing, and they should be recognized for that. They shouldn't be looked at as cowards. You know, just to step over that border, man. Even as a tourist,
yeah,
you know, you're taking a chance, and you know, especially joining the army.
Like, when was the last sorry to interrupt you again, mate, but like I get so fucking annoyed, right, when people sit there and go, "You're a fucking coward," to like these people, and I'm just sat there like, how is he a coward? You spent 3 months in Kyiv getting bombed in Kyiv. Now he's here getting bombed here. He's decided he's had enough. Like, you know, when we go on vacation or like take leave or whatever, it's not like we're away from yes, we're away from the front, but I shit you not, like a few months, well, when was it? Fuck knows. Last time I was in Odessa, right? I had a fucking Shaheed land 100 meters away into another apartment building. I shit you not. I had a 60-kilo cane corso headbutt me. I had my missus crawl underneath me, and I'm sat there like my whole room is orange, you know, and I'm like, we'll go in the hallway then, like, fuck off, you know, like, but it's not for everybody, and you can't sit there and call people a coward. Like, if they come here, fucking fair play to them, because you can die any minute. A cruise missile can do me now. It can do you. It can do Rick. It can do anybody that's currently in Ukraine. It don't matter. Like, you can blink and it's done. And it just annoys me when people sit there and call people cowards. I think the worst word for it is when people get called a pussy. That fucking infuriates me, because it's like, is he? Yeah, cool, man. Yeah. Get sound. It's just like, well, you go fucking do it then. Oh, no. Well, shut up.
Yeah, you know, you're right about that, because shit, there'd be times when I'm training with the battle brigades and we're close and we're getting fucking hammered down there, man. Or, you know, there's shit pretty close. Then I come back here to the second line. That's what I call it, my second line. And I'm sitting here trying to, you know, after spending 7, 8, 9 days, or whatever, how many days training these guys, just trying to get some sleep. And the next thing you hear is, and then you're getting smashed. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, even worse, Ishglanders hitting and all kinds of shit. There's no like safe area, man. There's no like area where like you could just take some R&R and just chill. Like, there's always a chance of everything. You know what I'm saying? So like, I totally get you on that point, 100% with that.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Like, I think, for me, I feel like the lower, like, people that aren't commissioned officers, whether it's Ukrainians, foreigners, whatever, they all need more protection from the current laws, because they're still very Soviet. And don't get me wrong, like, I understand at the moment trying to pass laws and all this bollocks. It, like, during wartime, it's fucking hard work, right? And it is hard. Like, you've got so much shit going on. It's like, right, we ain't got time for that. But, you know, there's times where it's like, but how have you got time to make this rule up, but yet not that rule to help the little guy out? You know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. One thing that is really, really fucking grinding my gears at the moment is like Rick went to the protest the other day, that they're trying to protect the officers more. Is they're like, they don't need any more protection. You know, the guys that are like the lower ranks need the protection, because it's like, if they refuse an order and like it's like a valid reason to refuse it, because it's like stupid or unlawful for whatever reason, they need to be able to be protected by the laws within Ukraine to not follow that order, because they can, if they refuse to follow the order, not only do they get punished for not following the order, but if they do go and follow the order, they then get punished for following an unlawful order. You know, is like,
no, I don't think they will be punished for that.
It's a damn if you do, damn if you don't, right?
In some aspects, yeah, you know, like, and don't get me wrong, like, it's like, what I'm saying is, like, it's how it feels as well, because it's like there's been times where like people have gone not doing that, and then they get punished, and then they go and do it, and they go, "Why the fuck are you doing that? You fucking told me to, mate." Like, do you know what I mean? It's like,
So
help me.
to come back to that topic, yeah, I don't know if you were guys listening before the stream, before you joined, sorry, but I was talking, yeah, I was translating the Sternenko's video about this law, about the protests that I went to, because he described it so well that I won't be able to describe it as well as he did. So yeah, I just translated his video, and basically right now there's a crisis, how he calls it, the crisis of injustice in the army, where a soldier has no rights and no protection, like no lawful protection. We have ombudsman appointed 7 months ago, and the law to actually give that ombudsman the regulations to work, the basically the instructions and stuff, and legal right to work is being blocked in the parliament for the half a year. So it's so ridiculous. We have the person who is supposed to protect the rights of the soldiers and really help them, deal with such unlawful situations. This person cannot work for half a year now, just because that law is being blocked in the parliament. And parliament, like these high-ranking commanders, I'm talking about the very tops, because it's not really handy for them to have this ombudsman who's gonna be just telling them that some of their subordinate commanders did not do the right thing, send in soldier on this or that mission, and it's very handy to instead increase the punishment severity. Like for example, that draft law that they were trying to push, and against which we went to the Maidan. It's that law. It was basically for disobedience of the order of your commander, you with no exceptions are going to be prosecuted from 5 to 10 years. No exceptions. So you disobey the order, 5 years time minimum. So this is just ridiculous. No rights. Basically right now soldiers have no rights, and to be honest, the low ranking officers also don't have that many rights. And here guys, I want to ask you, Bradley, if you know the name, probably Fuzzy knows him, Sodol. Have you ever heard about the General Sodol guy?
You're talking about the current commander of Ukraine Marine Corps, right?
Yeah, he was. Now he was.
No, I during the start of the war, I was one of his advisors. So yeah, I definitely know who he is.
Okay, so you know the character, right?
I got the picture to prove it too.
You want to send it to me?
I can send you it.
Are you ready to testify? Do you have a Bible next to you?
I don't know. Do I have any rights?
You probably don't. You probably don't, but I'm just joking, because Bohdan Kartevich, the former chief of staff of Azov brigade, was trying to issue an investigation on that guy, and he said that general alone killed many more soldiers than any Russian general did, many more Ukrainian soldiers than any Russian general did, because that guy didn't care, and I'm sure right now he also doesn't care about the personnel. Yes, he resigned, went on the pension, no prosecutions, nothing, no accountability. But he was sending Marines in stupid, unplanned attacks. Just take a column, form a column just like Russians in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Form a column and send it to the enemy position, being totally destroyed by FPVs and mortars. And unfortunately, so many Marines were just sent on those few suicidal missions. I remember one was done under Novodonetsk. Remember Novodonetsk in it was close to Velika Novosilka. In Donetsk Oblast, close to Zaporizhia Oblast, during the counteroffensive, that shit was done. Or like when the position is being lost because Russians were pushing, instead of trying to build up the defense, send the Marines to attack that position to take it back. Yeah, so that shit was done too many times, but that guy.
That's Soviet bullshit again. If there's a problem, don't keep throwing bodies at it. Think about it.
The problem is, at some point, that's what soldiers tell me. Some of the friends, they tell me that, when Zaluzhny was there, it was not that bad. This is why Bohdan Krotevich, when he is publicly accusing Sodol in such actions, he's also saying that Syrsky must resign. That's his words and his opinion. And he says that this system is the Soviet system is thriving after before that, it was under, not so popular. Yeah, it was present there, but it was still under Zaluzhny's command. It was not encouraged. Now it's unfortunately encouraged. And I don't think I agree with Bohdan Krotevich completely. And I think it's not only Syrsky. He might be a typical general of this type, but the problem is it's the whole system. If we change him for some adequate guy, I'm not saying that he's inadequate, but soldiers are telling me this. Some of the soldiers are telling me that, well, they are only soldiers, right? And what do they know about the strategic command and all of that? But the problem is they see the consequences of that. And they say that if we... They don't say. I think that if we change it for some adequate guy, like it was with Mikhailo Drapati, the system is already it's more than just one person. The system has so many of the generals and colonels who are like-minded and who just will sabotage all the commands of the. Back in the time, it was Mikhailo Drapati, so he just resigned because he says, my orders are being disobeyed, and I just cannot do anything with this. So as a man of honor, I will just resign, and because I failed to rebuild the system. The system is fighting back, and the problem is, it's not that much about the leaders, but about the whole teams, about the whole big teams, and unfortunately. That is also being sabotaged. If the when Mikhailo Drapati was appointed, what I was reading in the news that he was not led to bring his team, and this is why it led to his resign later. This is why fighting the system with just personalities is basically impossible, and you need the whole other team and. Not just the team, but also the power given to that team to resign some of the top commanders even. Not resign, but fire. Fire them, replace them with the members of your team, and build up the system from the very top. Unfortunately, there's no such intent from the political leadership right now to place such teams, to give them the power, to give them the tools to do that. So there's a problem with that. I would like to listen what you think about it, but I need to mention a few donations. Robert RP Marson donated $50. It was already 27 minutes ago, and I still didn't mention it. 8 for Ukraine tickets to rollers, please. Thanks, Rick. Thank you, Robert, for your donation. Dan, $110 from Average Ogre. Small donation for the big goal. Thanks to Bradley and Fuzzy for sharing their experience from their brave work and just being awesome. Yeah, guys, you're awesome.
Cheers.
Lots of love.
Cheers.
to all the rollers. Tickets, please. Thank you, Every Joker. Then $10 actually, 8 minutes ago. From Levy, one more ticket. Levy is donating for the third time today, guys. Follow the leadership of Levy. $5 from Jonesy for whatever is needed from Jonesy. So, guys, this brings us to $1,181.02 left to raise. So, still, well, not such a long way to go as it was in the morning, but still a long way to go. So please donate, guys, and buy the tickets for the awesome flag you see behind me. I was presenting that one so many times this week, so a lot of you should know how it looks. $1,181.02. I think my hope to get to the goal is fading slowly to get to the goal until 1 a.m. It's 12:33 right now, so basically in the next 27 minutes it's basically impossible to raise this right now. So guys,
It's never impossible.
it's never impossible, I totally agree, but it usually depends on the motivation. Guys, do you have the motivation? Since I'm not falling asleep anymore and I have the power of the green tea right now in a mug with the cats. Look how silly how silly my mug is. I love coffee. The coffee lover here. Fuzzy, what do you have there in a how do you call this? The Під'їзд in Ukrainian? How do you call this in English? The place you're in right now.
Hotel?
Hotel? No, not a hotel, but like this staircase. Yes. On the staircase. Yeah. What do you have on the staircase? Only your... Nothing to drink? You need to stay hydrated.
No, it's in the room, Noodles on the phone. He's complaining about something, so just fuck off, mate. Like...
Okay, nice mugs. I think there are a few other streams tonight. Maybe. But I have nothing else to do but to what? But to keep raising funds and reaching the goal, because without it, our guys won't get the equipment. So guys, if you don't know what we're raising funds for today, Car for 117th Brigade. It's on 30% right now, and I promised Fuzzy to take his, relatively small fundraiser out of line probably next week or the one after the next one. So we better close the Car for 117th before we take his one, his request. But Fuzzy needs the car repair, and we need to help him with this. So let it be the motivation for you also to help Fuzzy. Fuzzy, as far as I remember, you already paid for the car repair, but you needed to borrow money to do it, right?
Yeah.
So guys, we're gonna help Fuzzy to compensate that car repair. And
I sent you the receipt already.
You did.
So yeah. It's now like, obviously the reason like there's a little bit extra, like the extra 20k, 25k, is because the timing belt and the flywheels need changing. Because like I'll start the ignition when it's cold, or like even when it's hot, and the revs will bounce like this, and they told me it was a timing belt or some shit. And it's also try and get the fuel injectors serviced as well, because I don't really want to have to try and get new ones, because it's like $800 for like a injector.
Yeah, so you see guys, what's needed. So guys, the thing I was talking about, the system, and the sabotage, when the new and very motivated commander steps in and the whole team underneath him is not being changed. And what are your thoughts on that?
I think, first off, going back to your question about the ombudsman.
About what?
I think it's good. Ombudsman. Yeah, there needs to be like in the United States military, for instance. Let's say you get charged with a crime, in the military. You're appointed a defense attorney. You have a prosecutor. You have the right to a trial, so you go to trial.
Hmm.
You know, you're not just proven guilty right away. You have the right to defend yourself. You know, I think that needs to be done here in Ukraine. And I know that the legal system in Ukraine is already strained as it is, but these soldiers need to have some kind of not just protection, but rights to stress their case. If they're in a combat condition and they don't accept an order because it's a high risk of death or injury or even just a bad decision made on the command, like they have to have the right to testify against that before, you know, they're put on the stake.
Hmm.
That's something that I definitely agree with. And as for the commanders, I really stick away from that topic.
Yeah,
because of my line
understandable.
of course, yeah. But I will say this: I think that in any military, commander is held responsible for his actions, and if you do not hold commanders responsible for their actions, let's say we send a whole rota company on a storm mission,
Hmm.
and we're sending them up against a battalion or a brigade just to try to retake a kilometer of ground, and we lose the entire company, you know, based off a botched mission. You know, that should have some kind of legal consequences to it, because, you know, that's loss of personnel, loss of vital equipment, you know, and those kind of things. And the thing is, this happens a lot of times, and there's no consequence to it.
Yeah.
So these commanders just say, okay, well, too bad. I'll just wait for the replacements to come in, and then we'll try round two. Well, and in any military in the West, if you pulled that kind of nonsense, you'd be facing a court martial. It would be anything from dereliction of duty to incompetence of command. You would have your command stripped from you. They'd pull you away, and then there might be criminal repercussions for those kind of actions.
And it's not possible in Ukraine. Nothing like this is not possible here because it's not
I understand that.
legally regulated. Like, commanders are not accountable. So basically they just can do whatever they want and just wait for
But I'm saying
replacement, as you say.
what I'm saying is, Rick, if they were held accountable, then when they were sitting there with their battalion or brigade staff planning an operation, they'd be a lot more careful
Yeah.
about the things that they do.
Yeah.
They would have to adjust to the system, and they'd have to like measure risk versus reward. They would have to like put these guys' lives and their safety in the forefront. They would have to like you get what I'm saying.
And luckily we have good commanders, and a lot of them are famous for being actually real leaders, and being good in this. So luckily, I don't think that these bad commanders are even 50% of our army, because the other 50% are really good people. Because I hear it. Also, I hear from the soldiers. Some of the call signs I was already mentioning today on the stream, but they say that their new commanders are very good if they are changing unit, if they're able to do it, and they really care about them. And you remember the positive experience when I told you that the drone team will now have 2 riflemen with them, or a machine gunner and a rifleman in one of the brigades. So it's an opposite experience. So not everything that bad. When I'm talking about these problems, it's just because without fixing those problems, we cannot really win this war. Like, no way, because we have much less people. And the Caesar rate, there was a statistics given by, give me a second, it was Sternenko who was quoting that. And that guy, I think I should have it here I'll find it quickly. That. So we had almost 7,000 cases of sezache and desertion in 2022, but then it started growing exponentially. And this year, in just 7 months, we already have 110,000 cases. Just, yeah, it's crazy. Like, comparing to 6,000 cases in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Of course, not all of those cases are, because of the bad decisions of the commanders. Some soldiers really leave because they cannot either bear it anymore, maybe psychologically, right? Because this is also a very big pressure, psychological pressure.
It's also fear, bro.
It's fair?
Yeah.
Like my missus, like where she works, like I'm not gonna say where or anything like that, but like it's a hostel, and a lot of guys that are like that go like AWOL or like, as you know, it's Susacha.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the hostels and they hide in the hostels, and it's like they'll sit there and tell you like they're just scared,
Mm-hmm.
which and it's like I get it, like I'm scared too, bro, but it's like some of these guys, it's like they can't overcome that fear, and I get it. It's like, okay, fair enough, but it's like a lot of them that they don't sit there and say, oh, I was mistreated or anything like that. A lot of them just go, fuck that. That is terrifying. Like, and it's like, okay, fair enough. Like, at least you're honest.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
think there's one thing that we have to think about here is throughout the war, we've made some decisions that we've had to make that have put a lot of guys' lives. I'm just trying to say this in a politically correct way. Some of the operations and things that we've done could have been done a little better. And these soldiers, let me tell you something. Working with these guys, the instructors talk to other instructors. They talk to the students. They tell stories about past operations or events or things like that, and those things reciprocate. And when you have a lack of hope, right? Because I heard it a couple of times with some of the guys, they're like, well, we had one student. He's like, why are we even learning this? He's like, a minute when I get up to the front line, I'm gonna get killed anyway. And I, we had to like pull this guy aside and like try to give him hope. But throughout this, the decisions that are made by the military have reciprocating effects. And if these guys don't have hope that like we can pull off some kind of victory or we can actually like do something big or stuff like that, it starts taking away from the morale of the guys. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's a problem with guys leaving or deserting the army, is because they just don't believe. Some of the guys just don't believe that either victory's in sight, or that they're going to be treated fairly on the front, or they're going to be able to rotate out, or you get my point. It's a much larger issue, in my opinion, than most people make it out to be. It's not these guys being cowards. It's they're looking at the holistic situation of the entire war.
Yeah, and they are not sure that they will be protected in the army, right? So they have a negative experience themselves, or they have seen it, and like the general atmosphere in the army, right? The general, unfortunately, maybe the principals that are working there right now, they don't give them that much hope. Especially, the problem is there are some specific units that receive the most mobilized, conscripted guys. And usually those units don't have good reputation. Usually units with good reputation, they don't get that many mobilized. They do recruiting, and a lot of mobilized guys are ending up in the brigades where they are not very taken care of. Let's put it this way, like a lot of times. and that's where this attitude comes from. Not attitude, but kind of. I'm just trying to find the words. Being tired at almost 1 a.m. here, but yeah, it's all that. But guys, I got one more donation, $22.36 from Giancarlo. Thank you, Giancarlo. No comments here under this donation, but we still need to raise, like, with this donation, we still need to raise $1,158.66. Please donate, guys, if you have the means and the wish, because you may have the means but don't have any wish to donate. It's totally okay, but I think we have no other choice. I have no other choice but to get to the goal tonight. So let's just stream more and wait until someone else will join, maybe, if you cannot donate, guys. Anyway, I also wanted to more green tea for Rick, maybe. What I wanted to also, guys, talk about the topic of, like, it's gonna be a completely other topic, different from this one, because I think we already discussed a lot about this one. And of course, if you think that some very important point should be added, tell me now. And
I think there's one way to curb this AWOL thing, and it's very simple. You have to give these soldiers the hope that they can win. You have to give them the and hope comes many different ways. Hope, encouragement, but one thing is you have to show these guys that we can pull out these victories, and with victory comes dedication.
mm-hmm.
And if we can show these guys, or we can pull out some victories, and we can actually, like, succeed, you'll have a lot more people that are much more dedicated to the cause. And that's the thing right now. A lot of these guys are just having a hard time seeing that. So that's what I'd say about that.
Bradley, it's actually pretty valuable, your experience, since you train them all the time. You can feel, the overall morale there, and you're kind of very you're dealing with this much. So thank you for sharing that. How, no matter how horrible the truth is, we prefer it here, and I like to see you being on the same page, if I may say, in this case, as us. Fuzzy, what do you think?
So, with me, I'm fucking biased, bro. Like, for me, like, I'm all about the blokes. I am, like, the way I see it, right, is if you're not, like, it's not a very professional way of looking at it, but it's like, the way I do look at it, it's like, if you're not going out on the ground, you shut the fuck up, bro. Like, but obviously, like, that's not the way it works. Like, obviously, your orders come from above, and, like, you do your orders, and, like, you get on with it. But I'm all about the blokes. So it's like, if the blokes sit there and say to me, "Fuzz, mate, I'm not comfortable with that," it's like, right, okay, then, well, what do you want to do? And, we'll try and work it, But for me, it's, morale is a massive thing, and there is a massive issue with it at the moment. Like, I know some guys, and they're like, their pay is so far gone, like, not gone, but, like, it's so late. Like, I know guys that are owed combat pay from, like, fucking January, like their little bonus for going to the front, and they're not getting it yet. And that obviously affects morale. If you do the work, you expect the wage, didn't you? But it's also other things as well. For example, like, when you go to a position, it's like, right, I'm here, now what? What is the mission objective? Why am I here? What is the purpose of me being here? And if blokes don't feel like they have a purpose, they're just there for the sake of being there, that affects morale. you know, and it's like,
Mhm.
I don't know. For me personally, I think the minute we start getting morale up again and people's motivation comes back, it will be so much better. But what I also want to start seeing is these younger generation officers coming in, because every time I've encountered an officer under the age of fucking 50 or 60, I have had a better interaction, right? Because they listen to what you have to say, and then they'll explain their part, and then you've come to some form of like mutual decision on how like the best way to achieve the outcome or goal. You know, I want to start seeing the younger generation of Ukraine joining the army. I also want to stop seeing, because you see it, right? The Ukrainians, they don't talk about the good things, like the wins and stuff like that, unless it's a massive win. It's all negative, and it's there like, hang on a fucking minute, think about this, think about that, you know. And it's there like, yeah, but my friend told me, oh, that this is happening, and it's there like, yeah, bro, but like, where, like, was your friend a volunteer, or like, was he like dragged off the street by fucking, I don't know,
That's a guy.
Tusaka? Yeah, who is he? Oh yeah, he was thrown in the back of a van, so he's already fucking pissed off with the army anyway. Like, he's not gonna he's not gonna give you like, I'm not saying he's lying, he might be telling the truth, but it's going to be very biased information, and he might not be telling you the full story as to what's going on. But this is why I want to start seeing the younger generation coming into the army in Ukraine. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm only 26, right? I've got the body of a fucking 50-year-old. I'm fucked. But it's like, the minute we start bringing in these younger generation, these officers that are like, you know, like 20, 25, stuff like that, right? They, you know, they haven't been brought up with this fucking Soviet mindset, you know. I also want to start seeing these officers like coming from the big cities like Kiev and Lviv and Odessa and, you know, all these major big cities, because they're like the ones with like, I'm going to say it, fuck it, but with the better education system, because they live in like major cities, you know. What I don't want to keep seeing is guys that have like just turned up and gone, yeah, I was an officer like in like fucking 2010, and they go, fuck it, yeah, like, be an officer again, bro, because I've seen that, and it was like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, like, I've even seen a guy, right, I hadn't like, and the reason I say this, Rick, right, please, like, just listen to this. I had a fucking Ukrainian officer come over to me once, and this was in 2023, early 23, late 22, say to me, the way we dictate how a soldier is by the colour of his eyes, right? And I was like, well, what do you mean? So apparently, for example, if you have brown eyes, that means you are very intelligent and have a high IQ. So you should work in like communications and shit. And I've got blue eyes, right? So that means that fucking I'm a warrior and I can do this and I can do that. But it also means I'm very intelligent with like numbers and stuff. And I was like, bro, I can't even count to 10 on a good day. Shut up, right? I don't want to see that anymore. And he was like a lieutenant colonel, for fuck's sake. And then he also told me as well, when he done his special forces selection, he had to jump out a moving car at 50 kilometers an hour, and if he broke a limb, he failed. And I was like, well, that's just fucking retarded. Like, and this, and bearing in mind, I had a young officer, right? He was like, he wasn't young, like he was a captain. He was like 35 years old or something like that. Been in the army like 10 years or whatever. You know, he sat there looking at me like, just like, and this officer sat there dictating by the colours of people's eyes. Obviously, didn't speak a lick of English. He just spoke pure Russian. This officer was sat there looking at me, going, "Please don't believe that. Please don't believe that." And then, bro, I don't. But yeah, no, like, I want to see that shit gone. Like, get to fuck. No more of that, please. Fuck. Yeah. But to be fair, like, that story did bring up morale, because we're all sat there looking at him like, you are fucking mental, mate. Like, he is straight out of like the Netflix series The Witcher. Like, what the fuck?
You know, when I heard it, it sounded like the Nazi Germany to me when they were measuring the skull, you know, and all that shit.
Honestly, bro, like, he was ancient, bro. Like, this bastard cough, like he literally went, and I watched the dust come out of his mouth. Like he was fucked, right? And it was like as he was smoking a Marlboro Red, he was lighting the next one with like the current cigarette, and then like flicking that one, and then putting the new one in his mouth. Like this guy was fucked, bro. And I think the only good thing, like he needs like a medal for the amount of cigarettes he could smoke in a minute. Like this guy was fucking amazing. Like when I was a smoker, I was actually jealous at the amount of fags he can consume in under a minute. Right? I was just there like, wow, I wish I could achieve that because I'd never have to smoke again when I go home, would I? Because I'd have had my fix for the day. No, never mind, eh? Fucking. But yeah, like get that gone. To be fair, that conversation raised morale. Yeah. Like,
That's very good.
fucking hell.
Ooh.
Just let it all out, man. Just let it all out.
I've got a patch that I'm going to send you, Rick, as well, because I've got 2 of them. So you can have this one, mate. You can do it. You can raffle it. You can keep it. You can do what you want.
Not all Ukrainians respect this one.
No, they don't. No.
But
Quite strange. But it's an interesting patch, and there's not many like it. So maybe the rollers may want it. It's the Freedom of Russia Legion patch. It's
yeah.
the Russians that are fighting for Ukraine because they hate shitskin.
Who gave it to you?
I cannot say, mate.
But one of those guys, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Then I'm accepting it. Yeah, because the problem is all those so-called oppositionists in Europe, the Russian ones, who are really imperialist, they also use this flag. That's the problem. This is why I wonder why the hell Legion Freedom of Russia won't just invent their own patch instead of this flag and use it, because it's different, sitting in Europe and putting hashtag in your posts, Putin get out, is not fucking helpful. What those guys are doing.
I think what it is, it's more of a fuck you than it is like anything else. Because they don't like the Russian flag at all. They honestly, you would give them a Ukrainian patch, put it on their fucking, like, their sleeve or shoulder, whatever you want to fucking call it.
Yeah.
But if you somebody said, why do you not just wear a Russian one, bro? You're Russian. You're yeah.
Yeah. So that is translated. This is translated like fucking shit.
Нахуй, блядь.
Пиздец нахуй, блядь. Yeah.
Пиздец, нахуй, блядь. Yeah, dog.
So yeah, guys, we're swearing in Russian right now. So what those guys in the Legion are doing? They really shed blood there on the battlefield, and some of them are being killed. But I watched the interviews of Dmitro Karpenko and Zolkin together with Caesar, the deputy commander of the Legion Freedom of Russia. His call sign is Caesar, and that guy, he impresses me with how he really perceives the current Russian system, regime, and he's very honest with those candidates. So basically those interviews are like the job interviews. They are recruiting the POWs into the ranks of the Legion and also Siberia Battalion, but with other commander, of course, of those units, and Russian Voluntary Corps. So, and the Legion Freedom of Russia is actually less nationalist. It's not nationalist at all compared to Russian Voluntary Corps. And so Russian Voluntary Corps is Russians first, all of that, a bit also like, I would say, borderline between something like Nazi shit, also like we're looking at them and like listening to Denis, who is White Rex, listening to him is like, This dude is probably gonna start, when they capture Moscow, and this dude will start just deporting
Oh, bro,
and
like
shooting down the
blood will
immigrants, like.
blood will fall, man. Like
Yes. So it's like what I like to see in Russia, but the problem is those guys will probably hunt down the immigrants first, and all the national minorities. So they better hunt those Russians who were working for the regime. But yeah, so it's different. And Legion Freedom of Russia, their goals are not understandable. They are not like actually, what's the word? Shit. They are not saying what their goal is. So they want to overthrow the regime. So if you understand it with Russian Volunteer Corps, with Legion Freedom of Russia is really not certain what they're planning to do. And if they want to keep Russia as an empire, no, thank you. We don't need this shit. You need to really disintegrate your empire to make it work. So it's all very uncertain with these guys. But yeah, right now they are fighting for us and they're shedding their blood. And for that, they really deserve the respect. So I respect those guys. And let's see what's going to be in the future. Who knows what the hell is happening. So it doesn't matter right now. So $10 a donation from Kathy S. 14 minutes ago. Another ticket, please. Anyone match me so these guys can get to bed? Yeah, guys, whenever you need to go to bed, it's already 1 a.m. Let me know, okay? Because it's like, it's not that easy to stay here up until 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. And $40 donation from Keith and Melissa Kane. Thank you, Rick, for the great streams today. Much love and respect to you, Fuzzy and Bradley, and thank you for this great conversation. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava. Tickets, Heroям Slava. Tickets to Rollers. Match game. Anyone? Guys, $40 donation match game. Challenge. Accepted, I hope. And $10 donation also match me. So you can match either Melissa and Keith with their $40, or with $10 you can match Kathy S. And Dres, no matches, please, okay? And I don't want to actually manipulate you right now. I mean it. You said last time you sent 40 today, you said I shouldn't make this donation. Even $10 will be over the edge already, okay? Because those 40 were over the edge. So please don't spend your last money today. Guys, please support Andreas, Kathy, and Keith and Melissa in their donations. And Andreas, thank you very much for $5. Well, it's not a super chat, for 5 gifted memberships. Guys, until they work, if you can buy any memberships, please and thank you. It will be really appreciated.
oh, hang on, I'll just buy some now, mate. Yeah.
But not 50, okay? Because it will break it.
I'll fuck it up, bro. I'll break it.
So, guys, there are political topics also I wanted to discuss with you concerning our partners, but there's a topic that Bradley and I wanted to discuss for quite a long time, especially Bradley. He was encouraging me to discuss this shit that is also not pleasant to discuss. We're here like some people may consider this negative, but we're realistic and we're addressing the problems. To fight the problems, you need to address them. You need to talk openly about this. So, Bradley, I think you know what I'm talking about, right? There was a situation you had, and you were pretty open about it in your Twitter. And guys, those who use Twitter or X, I need to share Bradley's page with you. So Bradley, remind me, what's the nickname there?
Oh, sure. I'll send it over to you right now.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be handy. I'm going to post it into the chat so guys will subscribe to you.
Yeah, I also liked you the other day, so make sure you like me back.
Like for like, follow for follow, all this stuff. Okie doke. Got it from you. Where? Should be on, yeah, it's in the signal. No, it's not there yet.
I'm sending it to you on Signal right now.
Okay. Adam Rounds, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Caesar could be Roman or ape. No, this one is Roman, I guess. Just like the Roman. Hey, wait. I know. That's the same. Yeah, I got it from you now. Awesome. So I'll share it, but Bradley, please share the situation.
Oh, it was a couple of, well,
Months
we all
ago
know how
already,
that is. It was a couple months ago, I believe. We had some, I don't like saying names, some individuals that were questioning. You know, we've been here in Ukraine doing this combat training mission for 3.5 years now, and it's been pretty tough 3.5 years for us. And
you
I
guys
just
are
want to
not
also say-
actively raising funds. We need to.
Oh, that what we're talking
mention-
about? Okay, yeah.
No,
So
like, I think it's important to mention that to now listen the stupid accusations of those people, right?
yeah, I mean, we had some. I guess we'll move on to the next topic, but I'll just close that one out. We got some ridiculous accusations from people, you know, saying, "Oh yeah, you don't do this, you don't do that." So what I did, I started my own X page because nobody can block me on there, and I posted up all the videos, all the pictures, everything else, and now I do it every day for training the unit. I can't say what the unit is or anything else. Some of the pictures are dated, but it's kind of hard to call somebody a fake when they're standing in front of 100 Ukrainian soldiers, 2 BMPs, and an IFV 90. You know what I mean? Training guys. But what we're talking about is we're talking about fundraising. So guys like Rick, you know, he busts his butt to get this money, and he's completely transparent on everything that he gets. He's got receipts, he's got spreadsheets, he's got everything else. The folks that I'm talking about here in Ukraine, there's some pretty big ticket people out here that get thousands of dollars a month supporting people and doing stuff like that. And I've actually raised this question many times, and I've asked, okay, you're making $6,000 for this donation for your organization, and you've been doing this for the last 3 years, and you've never published a spreadsheet, you've never published receipts about anything you do, you don't publish pictures about soldiers getting these pieces of equipment. What's that? And then the next thing that you get when you say something like that, and I want to just make something perfectly clear here. My team, I'm a retired military guy. I get pretty good pay from Uncle Sam. I pay for 95% of the stuff on this team. Now, we barely get any donations. I don't barely get anything. So for me, I'm not in the donations realm. But when you ask these people, hey, could we please see some transparency in what you're doing so we can make sure that the money's going to the right people and everything, basically nobody's taking their hand and sticking it in their pocket. They come back to you and they go, "Oh, who are you to ask me this and ask me that and all that stuff?" And I said, "Well, I think the Ukrainian people are the people to ask you that." And the other thing that I get a lot too is instead of engaging in a productive conversation, these people, they start bashing you online. Oh, well, yeah, this guy's a fake, this guy's a fraud, or something like that. Or they put you on some bad person list because you're actually asking questions. And let me say one more thing. A lot of these people that are doing this have been in Ukraine for the last 3 years. They don't have a job. So how are they affording to stay here? How are they affording to eat? How are they affording all these? And some of these people aren't very smart because they're posting high-end restaurants in Kyiv, going to all these meetings, going to the ski lodge and what's that? I'm tired. The place in Southern.
Skyloft.
Going there, doing all this stuff, and then some of these people say, "Well, I got funds back in the U.S." And I say, well, "Okay, well, you might want to tell people about that too, so they know you're not skimming money." And like I said, there's no possible way that you can be in Ukraine without a job, staying over here on your own and not taking money and putting it in your own pocket. And I want to say one more thing, because I know people are going to complain about it. Oh, we have to have operational funds for what we do. Okay. You got to pay for gas for a car. I understand that. You have to pay for a place to live. I understand that. You have to pay for things that you do. I understand that. But living in a one person that I'm talking about, and if this person hears me out here, they're not going to be very happy. Living in a 20,000 to 40,000 written apartment in Kiev is not operational expenses.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a minute. You might need a fucking sauna, mate. Relax those muscles, bro. Like, you fucking.
You know, go into the
So
meetings.
you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to bring up this topic, and I wanted you guys' opinion on it as well. I firmly believe that if you are a volunteer organization in Ukraine or charity or fundraising organization in Ukraine, I think you should have full transparency on everything that you do.
No,
Every
I
dollar
agree.
in. Yep. So
I agree.
I'll leave it at that for you boys to answer.
Yeah. So in 2022, me and Noodle, we were doing like the instructing, and there was a group of us. The food we was eating, it was all from, what's it called? Is it World Food Kitchen or something?
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally what we lived off. Originally we lived in an apartment, and it was like a proper fucked up Soviet apartment. It had one room with a communal shower and bathroom, like shared between like the whole floor. And then we expanded, and there was a lot more of us, so we were moved into a hostel. And there was this group, and they were basically like kind of like paying for our hostel. They're like an NGO. They were paying for our hostel, and we were working Monday to Friday. And we, like, to be fair, like in 2022, like we kept ourselves to ourselves. We didn't really know anybody. Like, we didn't really get any donations. So what we were doing, because like it got to the point where, like, and don't get me wrong, like people might disagree with this or not, but at the time we had no money, absolutely nothing. So, you know, like we would get like on the weekends we would like train civilians, and then they would donate to us, and then that would go towards, like, for example, train fares to different units or diesel, or you know, like if the blokes wanted to go out and actually have a meal at a restaurant rather than eating buckwheat out of a big plastic container, they'd go to a restaurant once or twice a week. If you smoked, it would obviously, like, it would go towards their cigarettes and stuff like that. It would also go towards replacing pieces of equipment and buying equipment for the training, you know. And it got to the point where, like, the donations basically dried up. You know, in 2023, everybody started going back to work, you know, so it was very, very hard for us to like continue doing what we were doing. So we just stopped. And then that's when obviously we went, right, fuck it. Like, we still want to help. We still want to be involved. You know, we've all got like girlfriends and whatever going on at the minute. So like, we'll just join the army. So that's what we did. I completely agree with, if you receive donations, like, you provide a fucking receipt, you know, like, if it's something that you can get a receipt for, then you provide a receipt. For example, if it's like car repairs, you provide a receipt to say, this is how much is left, like, this is how much you have spent. And if you've got any money left over, like, just say, like, I'm going to buy a pair of boots, and then you, like, get a receipt for the boots, or, like, you just show them the boots that you are buying and how much they cost, for example. What I don't like, I've met a guy, actually, no, I'm not going to say where he is or anything like that, because people will know like that straight away. But there was a lot of rumors about him, like earning lots and lots and lots of money from donations and sponsors and stuff like that, and not actually doing a lot. I remember once I went to like where they were operating out of, and as I pulled up, they had kids outside smashing rocks. Like, that was what they made the kids do, just smash rocks up, like, with a hammer. And they gave them all, like, the eye protection and stuff like that. And when I walked in there, they were all just sat there, just pissed, just drinking. And I was like, right, okay, it's one of these lot. But But no, like I think if you take money for anything and people say like, for example, once I had a guy once buy me a jacket. It was a Corinthia jacket. He bought it for me. And I sent him a picture of the jacket saying, look, I've bought this jacket. Thank you very much. You know, like very, very grateful. It's like when the rollers helped provide me with a plate carrier. I showed them the plate carrier and sent all the receipts and everything. Like it was all done. If you're going to take somebody's money because you've oh, fuck off, man. Because you've told them you're going to spend it on X, Y, and Z. Like, you know, like you do that. You know, you spend it on X, Y, and Z, and you provide a receipt for that. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, but like what I don't like is when people like if I take my sister Rick, right, can you do a fundraiser for me for tires on my car? And Rick goes, yeah, all right, mate, how much do you need? And I just go, I don't know, 20k. And he goes, yeah, sure, no problem. And then I get the 20k, and then I provide no proof of tires, no receipts, no nothing, and I just say, oh mate, and they just bullshit and go, oh no, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it next week. I'm gonna do it next week. I'm gonna do it next week. At that point, it's kind of like, bro, like you're fucking annoying. Because it's like even like me, like with me personally, like if I have spare money, I will donate that money to like whatever I feel like donating to at the time, you know. But
And he did that.
yeah, like but what I don't like people doing is like with me it's give and take. Like yes, I go to the front and stuff like that, right? But I can still always do more, so I try and do more. You know, people look at me as like, right, Fuzzy, like as a bit of an example, like Fuzzy's like, you know, he's one of like, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to call, like one of the fighters, one of the defenders, or whatever you want to call me, right? But it's like also like, why should I then just be like, take? If I can give, I will give, and that's just the way it is with me. But yeah, no, the way I see it is, people need to be more honest with what they're actually going to spend this money on, because I've done it before where one of my blokes, he had a guy that donated him like, I think it was like $600 for an optic, and then he turned around and said, "Oh, I don't really want the optic anymore. I'm just going to buy this instead." And I was like, "Well," and I said to him, like, ask him if he's happy for you to do that, because that's what he's giving you the money for. Because he might turn around and say, "Nah, fuck that, bro. Like, I don't really want you to go out and just buy that. It's shit and pointless," and then ask for the money back. Like, if he's giving you money for a specific item, buy that specific item, or ask for permission to spend it on something else.
Fuzzy,
Yeah.
you finished?
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to hear more from you if you have more. I also have something to say. But yeah, since you're finished with this one, I want to ask you the question, guys. Not only you, Bradley and Fuzzy, but chat. I see in the chat, for example, Laura Ann says 100%. Things were more messy back in 2022, but there is no excuse for not having full transparency in 2025. Okay, I'm not following like everyone. I don't have time for it. You see what I'm doing. I see. I'm working and, you know, telling you everything about my life. Usually on these streams, of course, not all of you hear this because I have so many streams and a piece of information here, piece of information there. It's not like one stream a week where I just tell you what was happening in the previous week, like all of that. But the thing is, if I would like to follow other, volunteers and fundraisers, and really see if they're showing any receipts or something, it would take a lot of time. You know, following those who I suspect are not honest and not transparent, it would take a lot of time and effort from my side, which I don't have. So I want to ask you, do you know any foreign volunteers who are showing all the receipts and really telling how much go where and how much they spend for operational needs? Do you guys know anyone? Because I know a few Ukrainian volunteers who do that. but
Yeah, I've seen foreign groups do that,
uh,
and they post up pictures. They'll post up pictures and a receipt next to it. Hey, this unit got this. Here's the
mhm.
money.
Can you name the group? Do you remember who that is? Because
Well, I mean,
I
that's
want names because I would
yeah.
like
Well,
to.
here's the deal. I mean, X you scroll down and then you lose it. So like, but I've seen it before.
I can
I
tell you one good one, like that I know of.
Mhm.
You know, they helped me out in 2023, matching me with a sponsor, Protect a Volunteer. They do a lot of stuff for foreigners, more specifically at the moment.
Protect the Volunteer. That's their name, right?
Protect a Volunteer.
A
Yeah,
volunteer.
they
Oh,
help with like flights and like donations and like small bits like I don't know, for example, like protein bars and stuff like that. Like they're pretty cool guys. Um, I know Project Siren. I don't know really what they're doing now, but they used to help with night vision and stuff like that. But they would provide like all of the receipts and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, they do a lot of good stuff. Those two.
mhm. I'm looking. Okay, purchased for the armed forces of Ukraine. $6,000, $3,000, $9,000. 11 fiber optic drones, 23,000, almost 24. I'm looking at Protect a Volunteer right now. Okay, thank you, Fuzzy. Well, I would like to say I will look into it, but I don't have time for it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
But
having a
There's
recommendation.
so many, bro. There's literally so many. Like they're just two of the main ones that like come straight to my
So
head.
Project Siren, you say, right?
Yeah, Project Siren. Yeah, they're pretty good as well.
But it seems like these are not the most popular one and not very known, right? Because they
I
don't
really
seem
don't
like
know.
they're big. Because I see their results and I would call them a small fund. It's not thousands, not hundreds of thousands of dollars, what I see on the website, they are reporting about, let's go all together there, guys. I'm going to show it on the screen. Give me a second. Make it smaller to see that. So making an impact, they say on the, at the top of the page. So here, when we, so April 2025, 44,000 donations, total spent 61,452. All reports. I go here, there's like, just like a statistics. How do you call this? When you put it on one sheet, like all the numbers on one sheet, but just like in general numbers, how many things you get. So on monthly reports, and I don't see any receipts here. On the website, there are no receipts. There are just like statistics. March plus April.
And I'm not talking bad about anybody. That's the problem. Like
Yeah, exactly.
when you ask certain people, hey, the graphics look great, but can you provide the receipts?
Where are the receipts?
I've gotten some really nasty emails back. Like, I don't have to effing give you anything, or you don't need to know what I spend my money on, this, that, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, you're asking the Ukrainian people to, you're asking people to donate to the Ukrainian people. You must be 100% transparent about the money that these people are getting, and that is going exactly to this place. And also, you should provide a yearly report, especially if you're an LLC, a not-for-profit LLC, or a for-profit LLC. Yes, you're not a nonprofit, and if you're getting money, you should be reporting or giving a report about every dollar that you're getting, because you're a for-profit LLC, right? So that's that right there. And like I said, I'm not judging anybody or anything else. There's organizations that have full transparency that have hard times getting donations, and they're doing really good stuff to get equipment to these folks.
the
And
biggest advice I can give anybody, like, sorry to interrupt you, but like, the biggest advice I can give anybody, like, if they're worried about where their donations and like their, like, well, I say their donations, their money, because that's what it is, their money. If they're worried about where their money's going, stick to like reputable people. I think that's the right word for it, where you know that they will provide proof and evidence as to where each fucking dollar or cent is going. I know that Protect a Volunteer, like, you like, there's no receipts or anything like that, but I know, for example, like, that they do a lot of stuff, you know, like, even if it's just like protein bars and stuff like that, I know that they do a lot of stuff. It's like, but as well, it's like, even in Ukraine, like, there's no money to be fucking made here. Like, I didn't get paid in July, or no, June or July. July, I didn't get paid, and I've made 20,000 hryvnia last me up until now. You know, like, that's like a whole month, and I've still got like 8,000 hryvnia left, or something like that. So it's kind of like, there's no money to be made here, and you can live on like a small amount of money. The only thing is, though, is you live very, very shit. Luckily for me, the only bill I had was my phone and my rent, and obviously this car, you know. And apart from that, like, regarding food, I've literally just lived off fucking noodles, like, because I can do that. It's just me. Do you know what I mean? Like, or like a ration pack or some shit. But it's like, if you get NGOs, right, and they're making money, and you see them eating in these like flashy places, I would suggest not giving them any more money, personally, because like, when I came to Ukraine in 2022, I was living off buckwheat in a big fucking plastic box. Do you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't afford to go to what was it, Sky Bar? Like, I couldn't afford to go there. You know, we couldn't afford to go out and drink and party or whatever. You know, like, we would have maybe once or twice a month, if we had a little, like, an extra fucking 200 hryvnia, we'd buy a cheeky little beer with our dinner, you know, and we all felt like teenagers with our fucking Carlsberg, like, like kids, right? You know, but it's like, if you're not seeing these receipts, right, and you want proof, and they're not happy to give you proof as to where these funds are going, then just don't give it to them. That's like the best advice I can give anybody. Because I know in 2022, our group tried to do a GoFundMe for like $10,000, and all it was, right, it was to buy because we were going to like shooting ranges with no fucking helmets or plate carriers. Like, we were just like pure cowboys, just going, it'd be all right, fuck it. And then one guy nearly actually got shot, and we were like, fuck, like, we need like plate carriers and shit. So we tried to do a GoFundMe back in 2022, and GoFundMe had actually blocked any fundraisers coming out of Ukraine because there were so many fucking scammers.
Guys,
yeah, it's
I checked the Liberty Ukraine being promoted in the chat. Yes, they have financial report, but just look at the screen if you have the second device and see the stream. Look what the report looks like. So you see, I think, in my opinion, the problem is no one who donates is interested. Like, not that many people are interested into looking into the receipt you get somewhere in the shop, and people don't really check it. People just trust if I show it. They don't go and start looking the date, the number. They don't sum up all these receipts, all this shit. So you need to be, I don't know who you need to be to really start looking into each receipt like that. So in my videos, where I'm reporting on the fundraiser, right? Some of them I cannot show the receipts. So for example, the car, the guys are buying the car right there on the market. They're just taking cash and paying the owner of the car and getting that car. And even I don't know if it was really the sum of money that they're telling me. So even I don't have, like, I'm not capable of full transparency because it's impossible in such conditions. But the problem is, but the difference is between me and, let's say, Liberty Ukraine. Mine is a boring way, and it's not like a very entertaining, because having these beautiful infographics that they have in their financial report, they're showing photos with kids here, They are showing numbers, but there are like general numbers. We raised this. This was spent for like $1 million was spent for this. Another million was spent here, and stuff like this. Yeah, like this. Look, revenue, donor contributions, 5,715,000. In-kind contributions, 156,000. Total revenues, 5,871,000. Then expenses, program services, 5,246,877. Then grants to charitable organizations, 500,000. Transaction fees, MISC expenses and delivery, 162,000. Of delivery of aid. Yeah, so they at least show how much they spent for the operational needs, 162,000. And I think it's a pretty decent percent. But there are no proofs to any of this information. Like, how can you tell? They can say anything. I can tell you anything. So for the small fundraisers, the difference between this and me, for the small fundraisers in the video, I always ask soldiers to send me the receipts, and I show the photo of the receipt. It's boring. It's not interesting. It's like, but I show this, and I don't have this in every fundraiser, but I try to get like maximum out of it. Like lately, I even am asking beforehand, before taking the fundraiser into work, will you be providing receipts? How fast will it be? Like, where will you be buying this? Are you going to be buying a new thing or a used thing? So then that means you won't give me any receipts for that thing, right? So that stuff is happening. Sometimes it's becoming crazy. Like, if we once raised funds for repair of like the warehouse or something. They bought like, I don't know, 87 different parts, and there were so many receipts. There was like, and it was in the video for 20 minutes. I was just scrolling the receipts, showing all of that. And it's like, yeah, I checked the dates. It all matches, like the real materials that he was telling me he was buying that. But looking that report is not interesting at all. Like watching that report, and people, like, I know myself, I won't spend my time on that. I don't have that time, and people will have to like sit and waste their time on it. But they trust me. They know I'm transparent. This is why I think even most of the rollers don't even look into that. They just believe me, and they see the receipts. But I don't know anyone who... No, I actually know Ukrainians who show that. But I don't know any foreigners who show like receipts like that. Like the boring way, It's like... I don't fucking know. Andres says, Rick, in my opinion, we should speak with every guest about exactly that topic, because we need to know, and more people need to be aware about how efficient their donation was spent. Our goal is to important to waste money to people that potentially waste it. Yeah, so you see, guys, the problem is people don't actually even need the full transparency, though they don't ask for it. In my opinion, the demand is mostly the reputation. It all builds up on reputation, and if people see that the organization is really doing something, but they don't know how much of the donated money were spent on doing that and providing the equipment, and no one provides the proof for that, because you can write in those financial summary reports, because it's written by the organization. There's no like legal documents with the stamp, and all those money transfer to different NGOs and stuff. It's not here. Where do I find it? Like, maybe I need to write an email and ask them to provide all of that. And then I will have to spend a few days and go through all those financial reports with my accountant to see if it really goes like that. But I'm not a fucking audition firm, to do that. Like, and who the hell will be doing that? So let's see what rollers are also saying. You're different, Rick. It's not a competition, it's more of a group effort. Don't know what you mean by that, but if it's like a group effort of that has like, I don't know, 50% of grifters in it who, yeah, doing some part, but you don't see all the insights, how much they spend on their own shit and stuff they need for themselves. And so it's a very complicated topic. And you know, I can only lead by example, and other Ukrainian NGOs and separate volunteers like Ukrainian Anna, she's also posting a receipt on her Twitter when she's buying something that she can show a receipt for. She's posting a photo or a video of the equipment together with soldiers, right? They make those videos and the receipt for it. So, but I don't see much of that from the foreign volunteers. And you know, there are huge, not volunteers, but like NGOs. You know, the famous one. I can actually start saying names because this one is the scandal was so big and so well known, so we don't even have to go around and not say the names. Georgian Legion is actually not a legion, how it appears.
Yeah. I heard about this.
Georgian Legion is an NGO, and Mamuka is not the commander of the unit. He's actually just a head of the NGO, and they were raising hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, and not a single fucking report on a piece of equipment. Millions of dollars raised. This is not normal. And what they are doing, Bradley, they have the network of bots, which they start bully the people who ask questions with those bots. They flood your comments and they try to bully you. They try to intimidate you. They try to destroy you mentally. And unfortunately, they manage to really damage the mental health of some of the people who were asking questions, who were like first working with them and for them, but then realized that something is not right here. They started asking questions, and they started bullying even some Ukrainians and pushing Ukrainians around. And you know, some of the people who ask questions, that cult, it's nothing else but a cult. They just start attacking them, even come into their house and like pounding into the doors, placing a sticker of Georgian Legion on it. Like some goons are just coming or making videos that they will like deal with everyone who is against them because like they have the right to protect themselves. So basically a organized crime, organized crime. Yeah, that's what it is.
I remember was it NAFO or something like that I heard about? The
NAFO is actually, yeah, that is called NAFO. This is why I try to differentiate NAFO and 69th Sniffer Brigade, because 69th Sniffer Brigade is using the NAFO on the patches because it's kind of beneficial and people are hyped about that. But the problem is the NAFO itself is completely connected to Georgian Legion, and NAFO was doing all of this. So this is why I'm not a fella anymore, because unfortunately these days being a fella means being bullying Ukrainians and denying Ukrainians and like bullying everyone who asks questions. So, and this is not the only like questionable such movement and cult. There are many of them, and unfortunately people, even after this scandal with Georgian Legion, people keep denying it and just keep donating to them. They keep raising funds. And some people I see, that's the fact now after this, some people don't even need any like reports. They just want the blind trust, and they want to keep,
The thing is, though, is
worship.
like, obviously everybody would like that trust and that responsibility and stuff like that. But the thing is, though, is it's like if you did go down that route, and let's turn around and say $1 was like missing, like that's still like on you, like, as to like where that dollar went. So it makes sense to obviously like ensure that like like the receipts are, here you go, look, you know, like everybody can see it, you know, because like like the thing is though, is it's like the worst thing anybody can be called is a thief, especially when they're like involved in fundraising.
So Laura in the chat says, I find that insulting to huge numbers of NAFO members that are who are not part of that cult. Georgian Legion is not all of NAFO anymore. Then 69 Sniffing Brigade is. Sorry, Laura, but I don't understand the last sentence. Georgian Legion is not all of NAFO anymore. Then 69 Sniffing Brigade is. So you mean 69 Sniffing Brigade is involved in that? But the problem is 69 Sniffing Brigade has their separate fund. It is called Help 99. It has nothing to do with the fundraisers of NAFO. For the Georgian Legion and other units which they never report on. I don't want to insult you, Laura. I know you're a NAFO fella. And, you know, the idea of NAFO was fantastic in the beginning when NAFO was fighting Russian propaganda on Twitter and being successful in that. But then when, you know, all the shit started popping up, and all different shit, not only this kind of shit, it is like, you can be, I don't know, I'm just maybe confused right now. What is NAFO to some people? Maybe it's different. Maybe there is like different NAFOs right now. Let me know. So yeah, NAFO 69 Sniffing Brigade is Estonian fundraisers. In other countries, fundraised for helicopters, drones. Remember the Bayraktar? You see, guys, the problem is NAFO is a movement, but the problem is that that movement had the official heads of that movement, and then some separate NGOs started appearing, not connected to, like legally connected to any of the leadership. Yeah, given money to Help 99 is okay because they report on their equipment. And I know, like, I work with them. So it's like, the problem is, the problem is naming, because the NAFO in their name, right? So NAFO 69 Sniffing Brigade, it's just like a connection to the movement that is not connected to the fundraising of the heads of that movement. So donating to Help 99 is totally okay, because they really provide stuff. They report on that stuff. But the fundraisers through... Okay, so the names of the heads, right? Who was raising funds on their own PayPal in NAFO? Reshet, right? I think Reshet's personal PayPal he was raising funds on that. That's what I know. And who else? What about the guy who wait, what was his name? The Red Beret fella, the head who created NAFO initially. Camille. Yeah? Camille? Guys, is it Camille?
Bro, I don't know. Like,
well,
like I'm learning all of this from you, dude. Like,
Yeah, I'm
please,
just
like-
listening to what you got to say about this stuff.
yeah, so this stuff is something that I was not really vocal about. I was just like going around in circles. So I'm being the first time like completely honest, and you know, just like that shit was going on for at least a year, like very, very huge battle between people who were asking questions, and like whenever people were asking simple question, hey, NAFO, where are the reports? Mamuka, where are the reports? Mamuka is the head of the Georgian Legion, right? Where are the reports? All the fundraisers for you. And you know what was the answer always? You're a Russian agent. You're a Russian agent. So they are not, they're like completely ignoring the question and just saying that they are being attacked by Russian agents. So that's a very, very suspicious behavior. That's a behavior of a typical scammer. So the problem is the actions that people take say it for them, right? So they don't even need to respond anything. How they act will say everything. So yeah, Rick, NAFO never had official leaders. Never. There are no heads. Rashid was not a leader in NAFO. Yes, Camille founded it. He always said it was not. He was not the leader. Laura, were you like reading the tweets about this scandal around them? Because the problem is there was a connection there, as far as I know, but maybe not proven. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe Camille was clueless and stuff. But the very shady stuff, not shady, it's like seems openly scamming shit when you don't provide a single report on the money you raised, and you move to United States and you live there and do what? So I'm done with this, guys, because I'm taking too much time saying this to you, and you don't understand part of it, I guess. But some of it you understand. We had 2 more donations, $50 from Nikki Hill, all I have left for this week. Oh, by the way, not only this donation, more of them. Give me a second. So I minus this 50 and minus 20, guys. We still need to raise $911.64. It's 2 a.m. in Ukraine. It seems I'm going to bed at least at 4 a.m. So let's fucking do this. $911.64 left to raise. So after Nikki, there was a donation from K-Bell, $20 with no comments. K-Bell, I'm giving you 2 tickets for the flag that you see behind me. Before that, there was a 20-pound donation from Lofty, 419. The lamp shades are fair swinging tonight. Tickets, please, Rick. Thank you very much. $140 before that from Johanna. Johanna says, "Dear Rick, I heard your request to donate some more. 7 tickets to me and 7 tickets to moderators, please. Dear Rick, I hope you get to go to bed quite soon. I am already half asleep and listening this with eyes closed. Все буде Україна. Слава Україні. Героям слава, Johanna з Фінляндії." Thank you, Johanna, very much for that. So yeah, 4 donations were received, and I counted all them into the goal. So $911.64 left to raise. So guys, share your thoughts on what I was ranting about here for quite some time. And sorry if it was too complicated, but probably you better respond to my thoughts about, going really deep in your reports, like showing the actual receipts, like the paper ones, or at least the electronic ones, to see how much what costs, and not just given the general revenue expenses like for a year. It's not a report, in my opinion. You can make those numbers up without, if you don't show the proofs to them. So I kind of don't know how to check all of that. So let me know.
Obviously, like I'm just going to quickly speak because I've got Noodle in the room and he wants to sleep, and I'll have to go after this one.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like the thing is, like everybody has like their little charities or like NGOs that they all appreciate, and that they all want to donate to and stuff like that. And obviously everybody's got their own opinions, and people like the way these NGOs do things, and some people disagree with it. Unfortunately, like all of these organizations, everybody has an opinion about these organizations, and opinions, they're like arseholes. Everybody's got one, but not everybody likes them, and the way I see it is like, I don't really know much about any of this NAFO or anything like that. I've heard it in like through the grapevine, but like nobody's actually explained it to me like you did just then. Obviously I can't have an opinion because, like, for me personally, I'd want to look at it myself.
And don't get me wrong, I haven't got the time to do that, so I'm probably never going to do that.
Yeah.
But it's like, as I say to anybody, like, if you trust these like organizations, then by all means, like it's your money, like do what you want with it. But I'm always been a bit of a firm believer of like the minute you have any doubt, just don't just stop. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I do think like if you can show like for example like with this fundraiser you have now the car for the 117th, right? It's like if they can provide you if they buy it from a car dealership, right, they're going to get a receipt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if they're going to provide you with a receipt for the car because they've bought it from a dealership, then perfect. You know, like with my case and the truck, I bought it off some guy who had basically brought it over from Ukraine for another unit, but the unit didn't want it because it was white, so I paid him the money it cost to bring him over. It was just another fucking geezer who was just bringing his cars over. But it's like all the work and stuff like that on it. Like I provided receipts for, like for example, all like like the chassis and the fucking turbo and all this stuff like that. It was like money was being spent on that car, and a lot of it, to be fair, I was getting like my friends to do it, like Ukrainian friends in Odessa, you know, that had like a garage and they worked on cars and shit, you know, that they were doing a lot of the work, you know, but like I was just buying them lunch or something fucking mental and they would just get all of the parts or whatever. But it's like night vision, for example, when you gave us the night vision, the first thing that we did was send the receipt because it's like $6,000. So it was like the first thing, like receipt done. That's that one thing. And then I think there was like even then there was like I think because of everything that was going on at the time, and I'm going to be completely honest, there was like $100 that was missing or something like that. Like, and to be fair, like I honestly do think that either went into diesel without knowing, or into like the optics that we got. Like we put our own money in for the optics, but like I think either $100 went into that from there, or it went into diesel. I can't even remember, but like the money wasn't spent on booze or anything like that. Like we were in Donbass, for fuck's sake. There's nothing there. But like it's very, very hard when you've got like like a large amount of cash, right? And like you need to provide these receipts. It's very, very important. It's like, you know, I don't know, like as I said, like I personally like I feel like if you like you can donate wherever the fuck you want. Like and it's up to you wherever you want to donate. Obviously I have opinions about other NGOs and stuff like that, but I'm not going to sit there and speak out openly about them unless I have all the truth. Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing as well. Like it's actually getting the proof, which is very, very hard to do these days. But yeah, that's just my opinion, bro. Like I don't think anybody should like slag off NGOs or anything like that unless they are literally scamming and there's so much fucking evidence and proof.
The problem is, you know, with Georgian Legion, for example, there was not like even donation to NGO. It was done on PayPal of a few people, which you cannot check somehow. So it's like very, very unreliable. Anyway, you know, it's very hard to do it the way, for example, Zigaspo did, a Ukrainian, completely Ukrainian fund. They actually on their website they made they scripted in the list of the incomings on their PayPal, so you can see almost in real time what donations they received, and you can go and check if your donation came through. You can see that list. It's not easy to do, and it's a big effort, and it's like just very hard to do, and not that many people want to do that, to be honest, especially if they're hiding something. As for Cass and Laura in the chat, I didn't mean to insult you, and when I'm talking about NAFO, I'm talking about mostly those about those who are raising funds for, and also those who worship them, and instead of asking questions about the receipts, they go and bully some Ukrainians. I know that you are not amongst those, Kathy and Laura. You are those who are trying to fight Russian propaganda. Because why I'm saying trying to fight Russian propaganda on Twitter, because after Elon Muscovite took over, bought it, you cannot really do this after that. You see how you're being always hidden, shadow banned, not promoted. And unfortunately, those pictures boost, they don't really help. You're still stuck there. So yeah, but it's not that you need to stop doing that work. I'm saying that it's much harder after the Muscovites took over, because Elon is Muscovite, right? That's his last name, Elon Muscovite. So it's pretty hard. Fuzzy cable, exactly. You don't know exactly what they are doing, and if you don't have an accountant to track large amounts of money, small amounts can very occasionally, sadly, it can get lost. Yeah. Rick, thanks. No problem with anything you say about Georgian Legion and others. Just that NAFO is also, for example, the United 24 NAFO fundraising team. Like, probably I'll have problems with most of the NGOs, with the classical ones, because in Ukraine we have the new standard of NGOs. We have, for example, the Come Back Alive, the biggest one in Ukraine and the most trustworthy. They don't show the exact receipts like I do, because it's another level, right? It's basically impossible. But probably even they are not capable to be fully transparent, and probably I'm just idealizing it, and probably I want something that is impossible. In this case, it's like full transparency. I think if we speak about NGOs, it's impossible. No one will just show you all the inner documentation of all the account transfers from one account to another, especially if you disclose some personal data of the some companies you pay to get the stuff, or some companies, I don't know, pay to you. No, you should pay to the companies, right? And that sell equipment and provide some service. So I don't know, probably I'm just being small, just
The thing is, right, is like with you, like you've got it all set up, and like when it comes to your spreadsheets, bro, like you're so autistic about it. Like everything is meticulously laid out. So for you, like what's coming, where everything's going, right? For some of for example, for some other NGOs, they might not be doing that, and they might be honest people and actually, for example, let's say they're given $100, and they might go and give that $100 directly to that individual, but they're not tracking it. I do think everything needs to be tracked, and yes, this is your full-time job, but you're also paying tax on it as well. Everything you do is above board. You've heard that saying. Above board, it's everything is to the line, correct, done how it should be done. But some people, they'd and for me, if I was to do fundraising the way you're doing it, I would be so lazy. I wouldn't be able to sit there and do spreadsheets the way you do spreadsheets, bro. That is
let me
I
show
don't know
you.
how you do it.
Let me show you another spreadsheet, because I have many of them. So
No.
you guys probably haven't seen this one. No, just you need to look at this and understand what I'm talking about, because this one is the list of all the fundraisers we hold, at least for the last year. Because to be honest, going back in time, it's like when I started doing this officially, when I registered as a volunteer, I started keeping this database. So Fuzzy, you're also there. I'm not going to be showing the names of the soldiers. Give me a second. I'll just make it the full screen, probably like this. Yeah, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So here's a fundraiser, yeah. Here's the sum of money that we were raising. Here are the dates. Here is the monobank jar. Here are the donation streams where I was making donations. Here's the folder with all the proofs. The receipts are in these folders. There is a screenshot of the closed jar, and in the end, there's a name of the contact. In those folders, I also keep the military tickets, photos that I asked you once,
Yeah.
remember? So if I raise money for you, I need to know who you are. I need proofs, and I will provide these proofs to the financial monitoring. I was doing that already. And they are checking this spreadsheet. I already told them, so they know everything about me, how I keep things here, and they checked it, and I successfully passed the test. You see, so I'm gathering all these proofs, and this spreadsheet, it takes shitload of time. Just imagine how much time I spend, filling this and keeping up to date to fill all the folders with the proofs, with the receipts, with the documents. So yeah, you should be, as you say, a bit autistic to be able to do this.
It's like this, but this is what I mean. It's like another level of organization. With me, I like even with my work bag, I just stuff shit in it and go, I'll work it out when I get to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just fuck off. But it's to sit there and spend hours and hours and hours. It's like, as you say, it is literally a full-time job.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, I had to come to this. So guys, here's the main fundraisers. Yellow, the ones marked yellow, by main, I mean big fundraisers for like 500,000 hryvnias and stuff. The one that is painted yellow is the one that went through the whole cycle. That is, starting from the very first donation to it, or soldier contacted me to the video report posted. So, and the link to the video report is also there, you see. So, for example, this one that we started on in April is not finished. It's painted white because the soldier who we started it with was killed, and the money are stuck on his account. And we will be able to close this one only when his family will receive the legacy, if you're calling it like that. But yeah, so unfortunately, you see it's actually written in the spreadsheet. On 13th of March, I received the news about the death of Yuri Talib, his call sign was, and it's on pause now. And you can find a link to this fundraiser's jar in the description of the stream too. It's always there, so you can check on me. And I encourage people to ask me questions. Hey Rick, what about the fundraiser that we closed a year ago for a car for chemist from 63rd Brigade? I didn't report about this one, and here it is in the spreadsheet, a bit lower. Give me a second. Here it is: car, electronic warfare, and engine for chemist. And I didn't post any video because this guy is either very disorganized or shady and not trustworthy, and he's lying to me. I'm trying to figure out. I already have some videos from him. He's reporting on some equipment he bought, but he didn't report on the car. And we closed this one on 20th of October 2024, so almost, so it's like 10 months ago. So, and I was like a month ago, I was about to post the videos about whatever I have and explain the situation that I don't have the video of the car because he's not sending it to me. But I'm hesitating because he's always promising me to send also the video of the car like next week and next week again and all that shit. So I just need to sit down or organize all of it and spend like 3 hours on making the video, explaining everything. So it's it's a lot of work that I'm procrastinating also. So Fuzzy, I also do that. But you see, like in details in some very specific hard cases, like when it's like, yeah, when soldier is not being very, how do you call this, cooperative in this case. So sorry guys for this boring stuff, you know, looking at all of this, but I need to explain how it works here. And you know how much work is done on the background. Like, I'm not doing it every day, but at least once a week I sit down and work on this one for an hour or two sometimes to keep everything up to date. And there's a lot of communication connected to that because I need to ask for all those proofs, receipts, documents from like about every fundraiser. And we have a lot of small fundraisers. Some week it could be 2, 3 of them. So just, yeah, I'm shutting up about this.
No, give me more spreadsheet.
Yeah, so Rick, you could get a very well paid job in some places around the world. I know, but you see, right now I have complete freedom, and I know that I could be earning some money, but I would be working for someone, and I would not be able to do what I want to do and how I want to do it, and be useful for my country. So I am choosing one of like I'm choosing comfort over money right now. You know what, actually, I earn pretty good money too, guys. And you know how much I earn. I'm showing that statistics to rollers. By the way, Bradley, I don't know if you know this. I think Fuzzy knows. But I go into YouTube analytics and I show rollers the statistics, how much I earned last month from YouTube or the one before the last one. I show it all on the streams. So it's like, yeah, I'm also being honest about how much rollers pay to me, my salary. Maybe I, like, of course I am not obliged to do this, right? But this is the way, because, you know, for people to trust me, we got to be completely open with each other. Some may think that I already earn too much from YouTube and subscription services, and
Not for living in Kyiv, bro. There's no fucking way.
but those may just stop supporting me if they think that, and I totally will understand that. So guys, we had one more donation from Aussie T, $10. So we still need to raise $901.64, and we're kind of stuck right now a bit. Take my money, you're worth it, Aussie T says in the chat. Thank you, Aussie T. I was doing a separate list on Discord to attach all fundraisers to the thank you videos. Rick is doing a great job to document everything. Andres Lach. Yeah, Andres, I'm slacking on a few fundraisers, but you know, like, there are not such a busy weeks when I'm not doing 3 coffee shop streams during the weekdays, and I have the time, like one day, to sit down and look at the spreadsheet and see what fundraisers I still didn't report on, and I try to make 1, 2, 3 videos a week, but I'm not keeping up. I already received the thank you videos from the soldiers about, let me show you in the spreadsheet. So car repair for the Blackbeard group, still waiting, the recent one. Repeater parts for Chimera group, waiting. Net gun for Da Vinci regiment, waiting for a video from soldiers. Mud tires for 92nd brigade, already got the video, guys. This one is done. Need to paint it yellow, by the way, because I reported on this one. Next one, net gun for 65th brigade, already got the video, haven't posted yet. This one was posted like the day before yesterday, yes. Half of the electronic warfare device, already received the video, haven't posted. This one didn't receive the receipts. Car repair, no video is gonna be coming. Yeah, so guys, I already have 3 videos lying around waiting for me from 3 units that I didn't post. So I just cannot find the time to post the thank you videos from the units sometimes. So yeah, here's the situation. Okay, I shut up talking about this, guys, because I'm wasting your time, and Fuzzy needs to go to sleep. I know that, and Bradley 100% needs to go to sleep. So
Yeah, I definitely do. Definitely. I've been up since 5 in the morning, so I gotta get some rack, man.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for spending the last hour talking about my spreadsheets, but I wanted
We
to.
like the spreadsheets. We love the autism, bro.
No, you don't. You don't.
We do. Noodle sat there with the biggest shit-eating grin when I mentioned autism.
But I know that even though we didn't talk about, some important stuff about this war, we were not discussing Trump's decisions and stuff, and we were not also discussing. But I think we touched a very important topic, and you see, I know Fuzzy would say, Rick, your transparency is mental, bro. You're like, yeah. He's using that phrase many times. So
Mental.
Mel,
I think it's amazing. I think it's the gold standard.
thank you, thank you. And it's just I also cannot be like I cannot provide receipts for some of the spendings that soldiers did. So like this golden standard has some limitations. Just like not only the human factor, but just how this life works. When you're buying a used car, you cannot provide sometimes any proofs how much money you paid because you paid cash. And yeah, so here we only need to trust the soldiers, and also to me probably, because I'm kind of the link between you and soldiers, guys. So that's the situation. Okay, Fuzzy, turn the camera back again because I need to readjust everything. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Again on the screen, it was broken. Thank you so much for being here, Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Donate, guys. He was showing his toes. We still need to
There you go.
raise $900 here. Come on. Let me go to sleep, please.
That's $10 a toe, by the way. There's 5 there.
Fuzzy, rollers love you. I love you, man. Thank you for being
Cheers,
here.
guys.
And go sleep. And
Love you all. Bye bye.
bye.
See you later, brother. Be safe.
Bradley, what do you want to say to rollers and me before you go?
Been up since 5 in the morning. We had some good training today with the whole company. Ukrainian soldiers. It was their graduation day today, and we sent those 100 guys to hopefully success. It's always sad for me, these days though. It's like when you get these guys the first on 0 day, they're kind of like your kids, and you spend 8 weeks raising up these guys, and and then that day where you have to let them go, it's kind of like, because I'm a father. It's like having a kid graduate high school and now he's going to college. He's leaving the house, and like.
Yeah,
It's
but instead of going to college, they go on a battlefield and they may be killed there.
It's a sad moment. I had a couple of guys come up to me and like give me big hugs. A lot of guys, and I just told them, I said, "Hey, be safe. I care about you. I'll see you soon, partner. Yeah, I'll see you again." And just to look into somebody's eyes and to say that, and yeah, it's hard. It's a hard thing to do, but we try our best to give these guys hope and do the best we can. And we worked a lot of hard hours, and a long time. And, it's very rewarding, but it's also very hard mentally. For instructors, I think a lot of people don't understand that, and the other thing, people say, "Oh, you're just instructing soldiers. You're not in any danger." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?
You tell me.
Like, you ever seen what an Ishglander with cluster munitions can do?
Iskander.
Iskander, yeah.
Iskander.
Yeah, I get it. I speak American.
That's totally fine. I'm just correct.
But it's 600 meters of death, and if that thing comes down on you, you might as well just call it a day and just hang up the hat, because you're not walking out of that. And these are just some of the dangers we face every day training these guys. And it's hard on that end too. But, I'm very proud to stand with these men and be here with these men and do my best to make sure they have a chance and a fighting hope of coming home. I've told you that before, like I'm here not to take lives, I'm here to save lives. And, every life that we can save, every person that we can bring home to their families or their loved ones is very important.
Yeah.
So we just try our best and keep our heads up. And, we pretty soon we'll have another 100 and something people, and we repeat the process and work again. So
Thank you, Bradley, for that important work. Thank you for your work.
I appreciate it. We're just here to help.
Yeah, I really appreciate it as a Ukrainian, because you are training our guys, and on that training, their survival depends. And I would like to invite you more often, and I would do this because I would like to know more details about. I have so many questions to you, but you gotta go to sleep.
I have to. I wish I could stay all night with you, buddy, but
Yeah.
I'm going about in 3 hours. I'm going to be up for 24 hours. So
The best thing I would love to do right now is to also go to sleep. But I have my service too, and my service means reaching the goal and providing the guys with what they need. It's nothing comparing to their service, it's nothing. And I'm honored to do this, but we need to focus on them and remember that their sacrifice is the most important thing, and we need to help them at any cost. If this cost is not sleeping until 5, fuck that, I'm doing that. Easy. It's nothing comparing to sitting 3 days without a sleep under shelling, and getting shell shocked. And it's the least that can happen to them. There are much worse things that are happening to our soldiers, especially those in the infantry. It's so fucking deadly there right now. So we just need to, man, I'm always saying I'm fucking privileged. I'm sitting here in Kiev, when I say my service, that's such a, I feel like, oh, Rick, your service, come on.
you're still doing amazing work doing what you do.
I know.
I say this to all the volunteers that are here, the humanitarian volunteers, military volunteers, the foreign fighters, the people online that just comment, the people online that donate. Everybody has a place in this cause.
Yeah.
And we need everybody. It's like a clock, man. If we don't have one of the gears in the clock, then the clock doesn't work right.
Yep,
So we
right.
have to have everybody working on all cylinders,
We're all pieces of the puzzle, of this puzzle that is called Ukrainian resistance and defense. Yeah. And you're also an important piece of that puzzle. So Bradley, you keep staying safe. And I know, well, you're a professional, so being an instructor is also dangerous. We were talking about this today, being hit by an Iskander. It's happening at least once a month, sometimes 2-3 times a month. Our soldiers are being killed there. So you're also in danger. I see how it happens. Yes. So
I want to remind you about the story I told you about when we were training in Mykolaiv with the Marines. We got spotted by a Orlon, and 5 minutes later we had 3 volleys of Smirch come down on our position. We had to relocate 3 times, and we're under artillery, not just artillery, rocket artillery fire. And we got stuff coming in danger close, less than 500 meters from us. So it's deadly. It's dangerous. Even being an instructor, it's dangerous. And you're absolutely right.
Yeah, this is why I was leading to what, if I can say so. That's what we say in Ukrainian. I was getting to a point where I wanted to say that since you survived for 3.5 years being an instructor, which is also dangerous, that means you're a professional. So you also rely on your skill, not only on luck. So yeah, keep relying on your skill and being safe, because it depends on, like, being safe depends on your skill, right?
Just remember, combat's 90% skill, 10% luck.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, Bradley. Have a good night. See you
All right,
here.
you too. Take care, brother.
See you here in a few weeks. I would love to have you here in a few weeks again, and we talk about the topics we didn't touch today. Would be cool.
Yeah, duh. I'll keep in touch with you.
Yeah, brother. Слава Україні.
All right. Slava Ukraini. Heroin Slav.
Героям слава, by my friend. Live long and
Oh, yeah,
prosper.
hold on.
Yeah, but the other, you
I got it.
you gotta
I
show
got
the
it.
palm.
I got it. I think I got it.
You got it. Yes, you
Yep.
did.
All right. See you, brother.
Bye, man.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So I am exploding. I need to go to and do the bathroom break. This is why I'm gonna put this video for you right now, a music video, a very, very good new song I discovered yesterday. It made me cry today, so please enjoy. I'll be back.
Я не хочу нічого відчувати кожен день втрати. Я не хочу нікого більше знати кожен день втрати. Я не хочу дружити чи кохати кожен день втрати. Залишатись на місці чи тікати кожен день втрати. Засвіти мені сонце жовте, нашу пам'ять не знищить жоден. Я ловлю останній промінь, я ловлю останній твій промінь, як постріл у серце. Не тепло, але тільки спогад. Відчуваю тебе десь поряд, блискавиці і серед грому. Під весняним дощем. Не тепло, але тільки спогад. Відчуваю тебе десь поряд, блискавиці і серед грому. Під весняним дощем. Не злічити, не порахувати кожен день втрати. Не пробачити, не подарувати кожен день втрати. Не забути, не осягнути, хтось з нас наступний. Не повірити і не прийняти кожен день втрати. Відчуваю пуста планета, та шукатиму, де ж ти, проявись мені у нетрях, проявись мені у нетрях, чи серед чужих облич. Бо
наші долі це просто вірші.
Завжди тут любитимуть інші, завжди тут любитимуть інші. Зовсім не ми. Лиш самотність єдина прийме, нам відкриє свої обійми. Гостре лезо із серця вийме, падає білий сніг. Лиш самотність єдина прийме, нам відкриє свої обійми. Гостре лезо із серця вийме, падає білий сніг.
When you hear the lyrics, when you understand the lyrics of this song, it hits hard. I don't want to hit you hard, guys, but I want you to understand the lyrics. So let me translate it for you. It's about the losses. It's about the memory. It's about this fucking war. So here's the lyrics, and let me translate it. The song is formed so well, and it really feels like a masterpiece to me. So let me translate it to you. You know, the lyrics is written by, they have this in the beginning of the music video. They say that, let's see, мисткам і мисткиням, які загинули внаслідок російського вторгнення. This song is dedicated to all the artists and female artists who were killed in the Russian full-scale invasion. It is dedicated to them. And it is on the words of paramedic and poet Olena Gerasimyuk, and I think I know her personally, and I think you saw her on those streams. Olena Gerasimyuk, give me a second. Gerasimyuk. No, it's a wait, or is it her? Yeah, I think that's her. I'm not sure. Give me a second. Yeah, that's her. I know her, guys. Oh, yeah, that's her. So, Olena Gerasimyuk, remember we were doing the exhibition of the paintings of Oleksiy. Oleksiy, the artist, remember he was painting with the bodies, with human bodies. So Olena was reading poems there, and then I met her on one of the Freyazov streams. She worked in Hospitalers, and I think she still works in Hospitalers, and a paramedic who saves lives, but she's a poet. So she wrote this. She wrote the lyrics. And what does it say? So it begins. So let me translate the lyrics for you real quick. So here it goes. I don't want to feel anything. Every day's a loss. No. Every day there are losses. ChatGPT didn't translated it correctly. So I don't want to feel anything. Every day there are losses. I don't want to know anyone again. Every day there are losses. I don't want to love or be a friend. Every day there are losses. To stay in place or try to run. Every day there are losses. Shine on me with your low sunlight. No one can destroy our memory. I'm catching the last ray. I'm catching your final ray. Like a shot to the heart. It's not worms, only memory. I can feel you somewhere near me. In the lightning, in the thunder, and beneath the spring rain. No way to count, no way to measure. Every day there are losses. No way to forgive, no gift of mercy. Every day there are losses. Unforgotten, impossible to fathom. Who of us is next? No way to believe, no way to accept. Every day there are losses. I can feel the planet empty. Still, I'll search for where you are. Where you are, reveal yourself within the shadows. Reveal yourself within the shadows. Or among strange faces. Among the faces of the strangers. For your memory is a gentle ray, and your heart is full of love. Let the spring flood begin. Wash this pain away from us. I don't want to feel anything. Every day there are losses. I don't want to hope or wait again. Every day there are losses. I don't want to dream or hold on. Every day there are losses. I don't want to fail and lie still. Sorry, I don't want to fall and lie still. Every day there are losses. The planet spins in orbit in silence. Our fates are nothing but verses. Tomorrow, others will love here. Tomorrow, others will love here, but not us. And they are screaming that in the end. You heard him, the male vocalist from, his name is Dmitro, from Hate Speech. He is the part of this collaboration of two bands. The first band is Krihitka, the little thing. Tomorrow, others will love here, but not us. Loneliness alone will accept us, will open wide its embrace. It will draw the sharp blade from our hearts as the white snow falls. You know, all these things that they sing about in this song, how a person who loses, constantly loses every day, how those people feel. Please play it again, Rick. Yeah, Ozzy, let's do it.
Я не хочу нічого відчувати кожен день втрати. Я не хочу нікого більше знати кожен день втрати. Я не хочу дружити чи кохати кожен день втрати. Залишатись на місці чи втікати кожен день втрати. Засвіти мені сонце жовте.
Yeah, the copyright. put it on pause, but will I appear again? Okay, I'm back. I guess I'm back. And you know, I just started crying on full, on full potential, and the copyright fucked it all up. It's a very, very hitting hard poem, and a very hitting hard performance of this poem as a song. So it's just, it is just very, very well written, and you know, it gives the understanding what what some Ukrainians are going through. I think this song is a good illustration. Put it on Discord. Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now. Let me do it. Я не хочу відчувати. I don't want to feel anything. Is the first line of the song. In these moments, you can feel how heartbreaking it is, how big the tragedy is. You know, these songs, these poems, they help you realize where's the Ukrainian music? Here it is, guys. The Ukrainian music in our Discord. I just posted it there. It is called Under the Spring Rain. This music. I mean, this song and this poem is called Under the Spring Rain. Thank you, Fuzzy, for that idea. Put it on Discord. A really heartbreaking one. So, guys, posted it in Ukrainian music chat. Honestly, at first it sounded like a note someone leaves before unaliving themselves, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. Yeah, the nation saves lives. Yeah, you're right. And guys, we still need to raise $881.64. But we got a $20 donation, and it's already counted in from Jason Slobodyan. Tickets for nephews. I'm home now. Just turned the TV on a minute ago. See you next time. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. And he donated that 20 minutes ago. So guys, in the last hour we had 2 donations, and we still need to raise $881.64. So yeah, we need to keep it going. If there are some of you who just joined the stream and didn't donate yet today, that's your chance. Just got the donation, €20 from Sally Luz. euros from Cellulose to Car for 117. 2 flag tickets, please. Thanks so much, Rick, for never giving up. Thank you. Yeah, I can be emotional. I can show my weak side, I can cry in front of you guys sometimes when I listen to such tragic music. And it's totally fine. I'm a grown-up man who understands that showing your weak side is not a problem. It's even not that bad. Yeah, I know that is strength. Not the physical one, but the mental one. So guys, just received 5 more bucks from Jonesy. Come on, folks. You can surely match me. Yeah, let me see the exchange rate for the euros. And these are kind of tears of pain, but at the same time you feel like they are the healing ones, the ones that make you feel better after and find the resource to keep going. So, living through these emotions is important, but of course not if you're on the battlefield. The best thing you can get on the battlefield is just to get frozen and not live through the grief, not live through your pain and loss, Yeah. Я не хочу відчувати кожен день втрати. Yes, I'm not feeling so down. I just feel the pain. I'm pretty empathetic, so I just feel the pain of other people, and it's not like it's not something negative. I learned that being sad is okay, and feeling pain is okay. It actually gives you the chance to have some I don't know how to call it. Probably some step forward, some way to keep going. Yeah. We're all here for you, dude. The pain gets easier the more you experience age. Sometimes I sit on the toilet just to zone out and refresh. What is zone out? Fuzzy, I don't know this term, but thank you so much. I like to disagree with you, Rick. What do you mean, Zorimor? You mean you don't think that feeling your emotions is healthy and it is beneficial for you in the end? You mean this? Thank you for the hugs. Zone out, like go into my own world. Fuzzy, you as a soldier, you should not really cry. I mean, like, you should maybe, but like the best thing that can happen to you in the army is just get frozen and don't feel that all that burden, grief, and loss, and like total tragedy. I think feeling this in the army may like really be very dangerous to you, because in the situation where you have to react like with your react accordingly in some danger, right? You may just stuck in your emotions, and I know that it is happening to some soldiers, and unfortunately it's not leading to anything good. So yeah, zoning out is not the same as crying, right? Not feeling all of this. Or is it the same for you, Fuzzy? I'm curious. Zori Moore said, I think it's important to allow your emotions on the battlefield, else you'll turn into a person that can't feel anything anymore. But unfortunately, it happens to many good soldiers, you know. I haven't cried for a long time. I feel sad and I go very quiet, not very talkative, and I isolate myself. But tears, they dehydrate you. Ain't got the resources for that. Oh man. Yeah. Not really what you would want to be. Yeah, Zorimor, you're right. You're totally right. I understand, but I know that like there is a recommendation for the therapists if they do like if they work with military, it should be like different kind of therapy. You cannot just go and study or discover your past, you know, and just try to figure out how you were traumatized. You need to focus on survival. You need to focus on dealing with these situations. But of course, it doesn't probably include turning off your emotions. I'm not very competent in that, I won't lie, okay? So, I'm going to have to go to bed, but dipped into next week's donations budget and sent a bit as fundraising is providing. Is proven hard today. I just don't know this word. Laura, thank you so much. I received your donation. From Laura, it's $12.89. If you're still in the chat, I'm sorry if I, just insulted you a bit at some point, but I understand that you're a grown up and you can deal with this. I saw this in your messages. And I thank you for being here for so long. Zorimor, I disagree. Making emotional decisions can risk lives and make biased decisions. I personally make strategic decisions. I call it a switch. When you're off, you can be emotional. When you're on, no. Yeah, I think Fuzzy also is right in that. So guys, I received actually, let me tell you, 1, 2, 3, 6 donations in the last 6 minutes. That's so cool. Thank you. Well, technically in the last 8 minutes. But yeah, it doesn't matter. 6, 8. So after Jonesy's $5, where she said, come on folks, you can surely match me. Andreas Lach donated $40 and he said, disobeying orders should not be punished. Donations save lives. Death to the invaders. Much love and respect for you, Rick. Thank you so much. Andreas also put the emoji of broken heart with Ukrainian flags between 2 hearts. The second heart is heart on fire. After Andreas' donation, there was donation of $200 from Brian R. Flag raffle tickets, half for me and half for rollers. Grateful for you being true to yourself. Thank you so much, man. I'm super emotional today because of the lack of sleep, but I also am very passionate maybe you can't see it now, but on Free Azov I was yelling. I was yelling at Macron and Starmer and all the partners who like to talk a lot but not do shit, you know. And I just lost most of the energy there on Free Azov, so I'm in a more quiet mode, but very emotional. In the end of the stream, thank you, Brian, for your donation. This is the second one from Brian today, two times $200. Thank you, Brian. Next one, $21 from Terence Sauva. Tickets, please. Would give more, but helped Aziz's trip last night. Slava Ukraini. Thanks for this stream, Rick. I also appreciate the stream, and you guys. I appreciate you because you're a very, very important, maybe the most important part of the stream. So then there was donation from Laura N, who I think already went to bed. But I really hope you will pass it to Laura that I'm very grateful, and I was apologizing to her. So hers was $12.89. Then it was a donation from Cats. Hi Rick from Cats for a ticket. Only just been watching Slava Ukraini. Vladimir Putin, do fuck off. Thank you, Cats. Then $20 from Martin Bissick, donation for ASMR Rick. And yes, there is an ASMR Rick right now. Turned on. No, not in that sense. $20 from Martin Bissick, donation. I just mentioned that one. K-Bell just donated 20 more bucks. It happened like at this minute. Thank you so much. So guys, already how many? 7 donations after we all cried a bit thanks to the song, and then I got copyrighted. Guess is a member for 26 months. Levy for 8 months. Thank you guys for being those members. I really appreciate it. I actually lost 2 Bradley members in the last 2 days. One on Patreon, one on the base. I lost Stretch and Roger Craft. Roger Craft was as always honest and explained everything to me, and I'm totally okay. He just cannot support me because of the change in financial situation and priorities. He needs to be careful with his money, he told me. And I think he's okay that I'm sharing this with you guys, since he's open and transparent. But maybe to me, maybe he didn't want me to share that. Anyway, it's not a problem. I hope. What else? And it was also Stretch who unsubscribed as Bradley on the base. I wanted to email him but didn't have time, so I am still... Maybe he didn't know about that, because you know how it happens with the base. Usually your bank is just refusing to get the payment through, so you kind of don't even know that you're unsubscribed. So I will message Stretch, but just informing you guys, but that full-time Roland plus might be down again from 100%. This one is not actual. I need to calculate. I'll probably do it on Tuesday and show you the actual amount that we have there. There's a lot of honest talk on Rick's channel. Yeah, Eliana, because that's me. Sometimes too honest. Sometimes it's getting too much, I guess. It feels like that. But you know, that's an experience that you don't get in that many channels. Like, you know, those channels like mine, the pro-Ukrainian channels in English. Do you get much of this on any other one? I'm curious. Maybe you do. Maybe I just don't know. Fuzzy said, I love how everyone is happy to discuss the emotions. It's such an interesting topic as to how people manage. Yeah, Fuzzy, it's a very interesting one. Let me calculate and see how much we still have to raise, but thanks to the boost you provided in the last 10 minutes. It was, thank you guys, hugs. $5 received 2 minutes ago from Aussie T. Aussie T matching Jonesy to make $10 for a ticket for Jonesy. That's fucking awesome. Thank you, Aussie T. There's gonna be $10 from you. I mean, like 5 plus 5 from both of you for a ticket for Jonesy. That's very generous. By the way, guys, we have a air raid alarm hitting off like half an hour ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. It actually hit off when I was listening to the music together with you, but I don't hear any explosions right now. But slightly felt like air defense working somewhere really far, but not sure. Maybe it was just a truck outside. Sometimes they can be loud. So now let me go and calculate real quick. So let's see. What was the last there? 20, 10, 20, 20, 10, 20, then 20 euros that I didn't minus, right? And that was 50 before that, and before that, yeah, so everything is correct. Is this 20, 10, 20, and now 20 euros. 20 euros is 23.44, so minus 23.44 minus $5 from Jonesy, minus 40 from Andres, minus 200 from Brian, minus 21 from Terrence, minus 12.89 from Laura, minus 10.05 from Cats, minus 20, minus 20. These two were from Martin Bissick and K. Bell, and minus 5. Okay. $524.26 left to raise. We're getting closer, guys. $524.26. That's what's left. That's not air defense. That's Noodle snoring. That's funny. A good one. By the way, ogre. Are you the one who is the average ogre? You were an average ogre. Now you're just an ogre, right? It's the same person. That's, read that one. Rick, in some way you're a soldier too? I don't know how you manage those hours long streams. Can't imagine. It must be exhausting sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it is. You're fighting this way your own way. This war your own way. Well, yeah, kind of, but like a light way. You know, I'm like a deep rear soldier who is not like, who doesn't have any discipline. Like the worst soldier ever, who is still doing a good job in terms of supplying the army. So I kind of work in logistics or something. That's, yeah, I don't, not a soldier, just a trooper, you know. I remember the stream starting at 9 and we went until 6 a.m. That was vile. Vile, yeah, not while. Yeah, man, there's a big chance that this one will last until 6 a.m. too, because it's 3 a.m. right now. We still need to raise $524.26, and I think I drained most of the rollers who are still watching this. I mean, drained financially. Not me. Me and my fundraisers. It's not just me alone, right? Yep, got a downgrade from average ogre to ogre. Is it a downgrade really? Or maybe... Oh yeah, seems like a downgrade. But actually that means the same, right? We are in supply, exactly. Supply, not logistics. Supply. Michael Russo. By the way, I forgot probably to tell you that it's good to see you here too. Too much discipline can make people a robot and take away their own ability to use their initiative. Yeah, Fuzzy, you're totally right. Alvin was saying Fuzzy, he got his arse handed to him when he was questioned by a Dem rep in Congress the other day and may have broken the law by urging US to sanction the UK for laws he doesn't like. Are you talking about Trump? Yeah, it's understandable. Okay, a new donation. Just so you know, not all NAFO are bad. 2 tickets for Christian. Christian. Wait. Who's Christian? Is it your relative? That was from Kathy S. Hey, I'm not saying that all NAFO are bad. I know that there are a lot of great fellas that are not involved in that shit, and they're not protecting the scammers inside NAFO, okay? So, come on, Cass. Don't be that radical, okay? I didn't want to insult you. I am really sorry. I know you guys, you and Laura, you're golden people. The 10-year-old Ukrainian boy, and that was just a joke, Rick. You know how I have a bad sense of humor sometimes, and I'm taking everything seriously. But to be honest, when I'm sometimes taking jokes seriously and start reacting to them like this, I'm just trying to be careful, to not be an asshole who maybe considers something a joke, but it was not really a joke. People, like a person was serious about that. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to get some insurance for myself. So minus 24.26, we have exactly $500 left to raise. $500. Hard to tell a joke in writing. I understand. It's much easier to say it with your voice for it to be understandable. That, yeah, you can see by the tone that it's a joke. I'll have to watch it. He's got some big balls, though just a shame he claims he's not like every other politician, yet backtracks when it goes sideways. I think they are all the same. Liars and lizards. Exactly, Fuzzy. They are all the fucking same. Unfortunately. Especially when they reach the presidential level, because to get to the presidential level, you need to like cause, and like you need to do a lot of dirt, and you need to do a lot of bad stuff. You cannot get, like, it's my honest opinion, you cannot get to the presidency being completely clean. Like, there's always some dirt, there's always some some shit there. Being really tired right now. Power corrupts for sure. Okay, I need to work on the spreadsheet because all of those donations I got, I didn't put anything there. Oh shit, Brian just sent the remaining $500. Flag raffle tickets, half for me and half for rollers. I hope you can get some great sleep, Rick. Thank you so much, my friend. It means a lot, and I hope it's not hitting your budget. Thank you for closing the goal, man. Rick, stand up, shake off. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm not like, yeah, especially now when we reach the goal with Brian's $500. Shit. Brian, please write something in the chat if you can. We rollers would love to see there. You know that. Wow. Thanks, man. This song is stuck in my head now. It's so heartbreaking. And knowing the poet who wrote this, knowing that she's a like really good, kind person. I was talking to her off record, and you can see that in her. Genuinely grateful person. Rick, focus on the spreadsheet so you can get some sleep. Yeah, my friend, you're right. Thank you for writing into the chat. I'm focusing on it right now completely. So I can get to sleep in 22 minutes ideally. But there's going to be a lot of free tickets, so guys, get ready to give pluses into the chat. Okay, so the Canes were the last ones. Give me a second. Give me a second. By the way, did I mention that donation from K-Bell? $10. I think I did. K-Bell, $10 not so long ago. Oh, wow. We got just, one more donation, $70 from Ogre. He says, on average, I cannot afford this, but Ukraine needs it more. Lots of love. Thank you, Rick, and all the rollers. Guys, since I'm emotional today, you're touching me today with all this extra support that you provide, but it also not like breaks my heart, but I feel bad. I feel bad that you gotta give more than you can afford, you know. I wish I was the popular streamer who won't have to ask you, and we would have like 500 people watching, and we could just reach those goals without you sacrificing what you can't afford. Yeah, that's a bit. A bit what, Rick? I don't know. A bit sad, probably. Even though it was my decision, my choice. And I'm not being focused on the spreadsheet. So, Johanna, 147 to me, 7 to moderators. Okay, Johanna, thank you so much for once again donating. I mean, not now. It was like 2 hours ago. The one I just didn't work on the spreadsheet for the last 2 hours, so it is a bit harder now. Give me a second. Where is she? Wait a second. Remember who I am impersonating right now. By the way, Roman messaged me yesterday or the day before yesterday. No, the day before yesterday, the day of the protest, and I shared the video of the protest with him and the photo with Psycho and Colucci. And he was, happy to see all that. But we didn't talk much. I think he's okay. Though. Just think, all the passionate people are either rich or financially irresponsible. But help Ukraine either way. Bought help? Are you sure? I miss seeing Roman. Me too. You can't even imagine. I miss him. You know, talking to him, having him on the stream, because that kind of fun that he provides and that we have with him, it's something unique and something that I would really like to experience again. He will come back, I'm sure. I mean, come back to these streams. This phase will end just like the last time. And the one that we had before will probably renew, because between us, nothing changed. He messaged me just the same as before. It's just that he needs to get out of all the social activities, as usually as before. Roman Trachemets. Yep, Cellulose. I hope Roman is finishing his book and gets it published. Then he'll promote it. Exactly. That's what I would also like to see. So Lofty, tickets please. Lofty's next. 2 tickets for 20 euros. Well, 10 euros each. Lofty. Oh, 10 euro. I'm becoming the real ASMR Rick now. The level of ASMR-ness is just going way higher. You can probably hear it. Fuzzy, why aren't you sleeping yet? You need to sleep, brother. Rick, focus. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying my best. But the more tired I am, the harder it is to stay focused. But I'm trying. I still have 16 minutes, okay? I'm not even impersonating Trump when I'm saying okay. Nikki, tickets for you or from you? Let me know in the chat. Oh, actually, you can change it. You can change it yourself. If you didn't want the tickets. But I think you want it this week. If I'm not mistaken. Yep. So 5 tickets for you. Then K-Bell. K-Bell. 2 tickets. ZT. 1. Nephews. Jason's nephews. Sally Lou's, 20 euros. Who's next? Jonesy together with Aussie T. Okay, 40 bucks from Andres. 40 more. And then there was Brian. Flag raffle tickets, half for me and half for rollers. I need to find right above, probably to just, yeah, that would have been faster probably if I just just put it there once again. But I go and copy and do it the easy way. Easy or hard? Hard to understand. So most of the free tickets are gonna be from Brian or in this last pack of donations. Thank you, Brian, for being so generous and giving half of your tickets to rollers. Oh shit. Okay, Terrence, tickets please. 21 bucks. Okay, next. Laura N. No, 12.89. Next. Next. Cats. 10.05 for a ticket. Martin Bissick. $20, so that's 2 tickets. K-Bell, 20 more bucks. Those 5 from Aussie T, it's already here. Yep. In addition to that 5, it made 10 there. And now K-Bell 10 more, so that's, yeah, 1 more ticket right here in a row, 3 in a row. Then Kathy S, 2 tickets for Christian. Christian from Kathy S. Okay, 2 tickets, yeah. The second is for 1426. And Brian's, 2 donations. Brian's 500. Half for me and half for rollers. Brian. So that's 10, and it should be 25 for you. So it's like 15 and 1 more. I guess now it should be 25 here, yeah. So plus 1 more to transform it into from Brian R. You know, guys, I actually missed these conversations with you. I missed being completely honest. I missed being emotional with you, because lately I feel like the quality of my streams, like emotion and depth. Yeah, I think depths are getting lower quality. It seems like I'm lately talking more about fundraising than I talk about some of such things as we did talk with you today. So I'm really happy that we had this moment of honesty, of pain and honesty and tears together today, even though we were not capable of listening to the song for the second time, unfortunately, which would be the complete cathartic experience for me at that point. But yeah, summer is over soon. I'm glad about that, Zorimor says. Okay, and average ogre, or just ogre now. Yeah, ogre. Thank you, Rick. And all the rollers. Thank you, ogre. So, ogre, tickets to you. 7 tickets. Hey, the air raid siren just ended, guys. Meaning, like, yeah, відбій повітряної тривоги. GG, Rick. Yeah, I finished it. Now I gotta go and calculate if I didn't forget any tickets. For that, I need to withdraw the euros and pounds. I think I withdrawn pounds already, but I didn't do it with euros, so I'll go do it now. Yeah, Nikki, I like this idea. I'll do it now. Let me find it real quick. when Nikki was visiting this year, she got me this. She brought me this. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I was happy to get this. And I really need to put it into frame, finally. But you know how, when you're always busy, how easy it is to forget, and how hard it is to make it a priority. But just look at this. Hey, Cats, thank you for 5 gifted, and Levy, thank you for 5 gifted, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Today there were not that many of them comparing to some streams, but just look at this poster. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Run around and desert you, make you cry, say goodbye, tell a lie, and hurt you. Thank you. It's a pretty cool thing. Oh, by the way, Brian was saying, Rick, good luck, everyone. The flag will be an awesome symbol of your support for Ukraine and good in the world. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah, the shit show in US is something that is happening. So, Nikki finished with the free tickets. Rick focus. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Well, I was a bit distracted by a poster, but I needed to show it at some point. And a few decades later, you know, and just Jimmy, yes, really said how many people are influenced by such stupidity and evil. Yeah, man, I'm so sorry. Sorry to distract you. No problem, Nikki. No problem. It didn't take that much time, so I still have 5 minutes to finish all the work. So let me withdraw the euros. Just give me a second. And also 20 pounds to withdraw. So 20 euros. Withdrawing it to volunteer card. That's 959 hryvnias. And now 20 pounds. Hello, Kyle. How you doing? Now 20 pounds. To the volunteer card, and it's 1,105 hryvnias. Okay, now I need to calculate if the sum of money in the spreadsheet matches the PayPal sum. So what the hell do we have here? Yes, it matched perfectly. Great. Let's just check down until if no one did donate there. No one did? Okay, that's simpler for me. Okay, let's do the raffle, my friends. This absolutely unique flag of the 92nd Brigade is going to be one of yours right now. So, I probably don't see it properly. Here it is. It's very soft and shiny. You can see how it reflects the light. Oh shit, cats, you didn't know. It happened probably half a year ago already. We lost one more roller. Yeah. This is life. You will lose me someday. It's just, yeah, it's just life. Death is just a part of our life, and it comes for everyone. So, guys, this beautiful flag behind me, 529 tickets, right? 529. So, let's raffle it. Let me make it smaller. 529, you can see it. Let's go and do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this beautiful flag behind me goes to... Let's see to whom. Just click in, and the winner is number 422. Not that far. 422. Who is that? Whoa! Stefan from Johanna. So, a Serbian guy who lives in Norway will get a ticket from a Finnish legend, Johanna. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Congratulations, Stefan. Congratulations to you. You're getting this beautiful flag. That's really cool. That's really cool. I'm happy for Stefan. So cool. Billionaires are the problem. Woohoo! I'm sure that Tuna will be happy of this outcome. We're not prepared for that, Rick. Ukraine needs you. Please take very good care of yourself. I'm already doing this, but it doesn't always depend on what we do. But to be honest, yeah, it depends on what we do. How well we look after ourselves. I'm not doing it well, like when the explosions are happening, I'm sitting on this balcony. So yeah, probably you'll lose me faster because I'm not taking good care of myself. Guys, it will be a tragedy for many of you, I'm sure, but when I'm gone, if it happens before this war ends, I'm thinking about maybe writing some video, like play this one when I'm gone, post it or something. But I just want to ask you to carry on my work somehow, and carry on this way of transparency and genuinity and wholesomeness. Yep, just carry on. Just like they sing in the Welcome to the Black Parade, or just the Black Parade song by Chemical Romance. And when you're gone, we'll carry on, and when you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on, and though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches on. Do or die, you'll never break me, because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you never break me. No, you never make me. You want it all. I will learn to sing this song properly someday, and I will record it for you guys, or maybe we'll even sing it live without failing. This day will come if we survive. No, Rick, best not talk this way, as you will be very needed to rebuild Ukraine after victory. I really hope so. I just, am prepared for anything. Not sure that's for anything. I'm not prepared for captivity, for example. When I'm thinking about it, I could not withstand the torture of 2 hours of stomatologist, the dentist last time. And in the end, I already had some thoughts. Just make it stop. Just make it stop. It was very torture-ish, Yeah, Rick, sleep and live. I don't know, guys. I need to donate now. That's the last thing to do. Free low-budget sound production when you are ready to sing. Seriously. Yeah. That's what I need to do. I need to learn to sing first. Let me go donate to Helena and Anton. From Rick Rollers for Helena for IFAX with love. Heroem Slava. And it's $500. As always, sending it now. Rick, get to bed. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let's just all survive. That's a good plan. Sounds like a plan. I hope you can get some quality sleep tonight, Rick. It's going to be a quality sleep probably, but not the long one because I'll have to wake up maximum at 11. That's in 7.5 from now, but I'll go to bed only in half an hour max, like at best from now. But stay safe, Mr. Rick. Will do. Or at least we'll try to do. Emil Gautison. Thank you. I noticed you in the chat before, Emil. Thank you. So, Hostomel Shelter. Send in $150 from Rick Rollers with love. And I'm gonna make a screenshot of this and show this. I'll show the screenshot to you and then I can go to sleep. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everyone who stayed for me here for 6 hours. Right now, it's exactly 6 hours. Yeah, and 20 seconds. So here's a screenshot. Just need to send it to myself to show it to you. Give me a second. Here's the donation. 3:35, 3:34. So just 2 and 3 minutes ago, I donated 150 to Hostomel Shelter and 500 to Anton, Helena's husband. Sweet dreams, dear rollers. I truly love you guys. You are the best example of humanity. I totally agree with this. This young woman, was killed last night in Kyiv, together with her 3 or 4 month old daughter. She was 32 years old and her daughter was 2 months. Oh, it was son, sorry. It was a son. You killed them both. Sorry to end on such sad news, but I just saw that face and I couldn't just pass that. She just bought her apartment not a long time ago. Trying to get in the top 20, Ozzy T says. Thank you so much for that super chat. By the way, it was also a super chat from Cats. Let me notice that one. Thanks, Rex, for everything you do. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. Thank you. Okay, guys, I'll go get prepared to sleep. Just need to do my teeth hygiene, and that can take up to half an hour. Lately I started paying attention, following all the recommendations of the dentist, so now I spend a lot of time on it before the sleep, so won't go to bed for at least the next half an hour. But fuck, it was a great stream today. Some really good discussions. Thank you, Rick and Chad. Thank you, K-Ball. Thank you, everyone. Good night, guys. Sleep well. And I'm doing this. I'm making this stream even longer. Love you all, guys. Thank you for being on these two streams. Two amazing streams today we had. Free Azov and this one. Some really, really good and meaningful conversations. Thank you, Lisa, Martin, Andreas. Thank you, dear moderators, for doing such hard work. Thank you, Nikki, once again for working on the spreadsheet. And yeah, that's it. Need to go. Live long, prosper, and donate. And Slava Ukraini. Sally, I see that message. Thanks for taking good care of yourself, Rick. May your sleep be deep and refreshing. Thank you so much for sharing Sunday nights with us. It's a pleasure and an honor. And the sun will shine again over the free Donbass. That's what I should be ending my streams with. And the sun will shine over the free Donbass. Love you all. Bye, guys. See you on Tuesday.